So I was recently commissioned to make a model for the Hot-Shot Lasgun from Warhammer 40k. So that's what I'm planning on starting today. This is just the default stuff that we start off with. I'm not sure if I need the cube. I just opened Blender, haven't done anything yet. So we're gonna scroll over with the left mouse button, right click, and then hit delete because we are not gonna need a camera or light for this one. First thing we're going to want to do is get over here on this y-axis, and then I'm going to hit Shift A to go down to images and then get some references that I was sent over by my client. So let me pull those up. Hotshot. And we have 4 of them, so I'm going to get each one individually. I think that was actually the same one. Okay, hit X with that selected, delete. Reference. This one. Yeah. Some minis here. Shift A, reference. Got another image here. And then this one here. So this is definitely the rifle that we're going for. And since this is a nice profile, I think this will be the primary thing that we're going to use to create our item. So over here, I'm going to go over to Scene, Units, and change the length to millimeters. Let's see how wide this guy is. Go up to this arrow, and then I hit Edge Length so we can see it is 2000. Now I think I typically like the handle, which is going to be my starting point, to be around 40 millimeters thick, 34 to 40 millimeters thick. So I'm going to take, I'm actually going to get rid of that default cube, Shift A, going up to Mesh and creating, I guess we'll do a plane. And then we will click on it, rotate with R and then X on the X-axis and bring it up to 90 degrees. I'm holding Control as I shift so we can get those 5-degree increments. And wait. Alright, let's do that again. Mesh plane. I wanted to set the plane to 40 millimeters. There. So now it's super tiny. You can barely see it at all. But we're going to collect all our reference images here and hit scale and zoom down until that 40 mil. Where are we? Hit period. I'm going to move all these back with G and then Y to move along the Y axes here. You know what? Let's get this. Go into edit mode with tab. And then I'm going to hit E and Z to extrude up, hit Z again, just so we can see it a bit better. And going back to object mode and tab, and then we'll scale it down some more. Hit G, grab over here, and see about there-ish, I think we'll do for the scale. Alright, so since we're on a plane, we'll go back into edit mode. We're in vertices, which is 1 on the keyboard. And we'll start outlining this guy. Oh, did I make it a cube? Actually, we don't really need that. So I hit 3 to go on the face, and then I clicked on that face, and then we're going back into the vertices with 1, right click, delete vertices. Since we're not going to screw around with anything too complex today. Right now we're just making a very rough outline. And from here, I think we'll get rid of this edge. So I clicked on it and 2 to go into edge mode, clicked on this edge, hit X, and then we're going to get rid of that edge here. And we're going to take this in vertices, and we're going to hit E to extrude. And we're just going to follow along, extruding E. It's kind of rounded, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, hitting E to extrude, and we'll just go around this whole bit. And I feel like I've seen this pattern before with these ridges for the grips. And I have a particular way I like to do that, so we're just gonna, for now, ignore them. I just left click drew over that, and I hit F to create an edge over those. And we don't need this guy. Alright, and we're just gonna keep on going. And we'll go up here and stop, because now we have this box-like bit. And we're gonna extrude along the x-axis. And let's go on into here, I think. And then we'll go down. And then we'll go over along the X. Then we'll kind of go diagonally. And we're going to match over here. So let's set up our snap. Turn that on. I like to set it to active and vertex. Then with G, we're going to go along the Z axis, G and then Z. And then since snap, it's going to put it on the same plane. And since this is a nice flat line, we'll just hit F between them. And now we got edge. So that's the basic outline. This could be a little more curved. And from here, I'd like to add another vertex in here. And maybe another one, just a curve in there. So what I'm doing is in 2, using the edge select, we're just going to right click and then subdivide, which adds another vertex. And then we switch back to vertex. From edge mode, we hit 1 and then went back to vertices and then just pulled that a little bit just to smooth it out just a smidge. Okay, and that'll basically be the handle. This is going to be one part. I'm going to 3D print this eventually, so I am considering how I want to do that. Usually I'm going to 3D print this separately, and then we'll stick it on to some more parts we're going to 3D print separately. I haven't decided how I wanted to divide everything up yet, but we will slowly do that as we go. So, see how wide this is. So, hitting this X over here, I'm going to extrude with E and then go along the Y just to see where we are. And that was, what was that? E on the Y, that's 30 something. Let me see how wide that is with my calipers. Say maybe 20 millimeters is about where we want to go with this. To that end, I wonder if we hit this arrow here, and then since we're along the negative Y, let's go negative 10, and then we'll do X-ray mode, so we can just select all of these, left click, and then we'll put this also on positive 10. Oh no, that was Y, not X. Let's select those again, put that on 10. So now it's 20 millimeters wide. And I guess that will be wide enough. And in order to create this, is this whole thing the trigger? I guess so. Alright, well, in order to create that, we'll take one of these vertices here, and we'll just go inwardly like so. And we'll just extrude over. Actually, if that's the trigger, then we should go over here, I think. And then we'll just follow this curve that's barely visible. And I'll extrude and use this as a snapping point. Hit G, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. G, and then X to go along the X-axis, so it snaps onto that. And then we have this, and we'll just hit F to join those points. And I like to round these out, because those would be uncomfortable when you're holding it. Okay, so right there I have these two vertices selected, and then I'm right-clicking, bevel vertices, and pulling out. And in order to get more vertices in there, I'm rolling up on the mouse. You roll up and down to increase or decrease the level of bevel there. And then we will also bevel this, just to make it a little smoother. And then I'm going to left-click drag over all of those. Let's deselect these two end bits over here, and then we'll smooth vertice. And then we'll do that a couple of times, just to make it a bit more comfortable to hold. Okay, and from there, we'll select all these guys, and then Shift D to duplicate, and then G, Y to go along the Y-axis so we can put it on the other side. And we'll actually do merge, that way that vertice, when we put it over here, well, it's not doing it yet, but no. And now they've been merged. Alright. Okay, and now go back into vertice mode and select all of these guys that we just made. Okay, now we have these two edge loops selected, so I'm going to go into edge mode with 2, and then we're going to bridge these edge loops, and now we have a little space for our trigger, which we will make eventually. You know, well, we could probably go ahead and make that now. Let's see, how do I want to do this? So this trigger area will probably fit into this area just a little bit to give us more surface area to glue things together with. So to that end, I think we will get rid of this face. I clicked on the face, which is in 3 to get into face mode, and then X, and then let's get rid of that face with only face. And then we'll collect these vertices here, and then extrude upward along the Z axis. And that'll probably be plenty. That should be fine. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is... how do I want to do this? Go into edge mode, then I will... In order to create a square in here... trying to figure out the simplest way to do it. You know what? I'll just sub over here. And we'll collect these. Put one of those. F, and then we will create 2 subdivisions in here. See how wide this is going to be. 6.67. Let me check how wide that is. Yeah. It's an okay thickness for a trigger. I think, in fact, I'll widen it just a bit to get to 7. And then the trigger can be 6.5. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. And from here, I'm going to take this guy back a bit to create a back face. We're going to extrude that central edge there and bring it all the way down. Then I'm going to take these edges. You know what? First, let's create another edge over here. So subdividing there, and I think we can take it back just a bit. Let's get rid of this. Oh, I guess the face was subdivided. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, now we're going to take these edges again. Don't need this one. Just shift left clicked on that to get rid of it. Oh, we actually need one down here too. Or do we? Technically, I guess we don't. We don't really need that one, I don't think. So I'm creating the rail for the trigger to slide back and forth on right now. So we're going to subdivide twice all these edges here. And then we'll switch over to a median point. We already have that selected. And to get these, I just Alt left clicked on that and then Alt shift clicked on that to get those both going. Then we'll hit S for scale, and then we'll stretch along the Y axis to get 7. And I'm holding shift to get a more specific number in there. Otherwise it would go up a lot faster incrementally. So holding shift, we got 7. And now we don't need any of these inner edges here. So we will get rid of those. I think that's all of them. Didn't hit anybody else. And X, and then get rid of the edges. Now with this all selected, actually don't want these and this. Let's just get these two over here. Actually, wait. Let's get this going first. You know what, let's collect all of these in here. I think that is the furthest one back. Is that? I think it is. And let's get rid of these. These out here. And then I'm going to hit E to extrude and bring these up here. Let me click on one of these to make them the active element here, and we're going to put them right up there, snapping to that. And then in order to flatten all these out, I'm going to hit S, Z, and then 0 on the numpad. So now they're all on the same plane, and we can just drag those up. And then we will do the same for these. Do we even need to do that? I'm going to select these in here, and then this one, and this one, and this one, and hit F. No, that didn't work exactly the way I wanted. I feel like I didn't need to do that exactly. Let me try that again. I'm hitting Control Z to undo. This seems more complex than I think. I made it more complex than it needed to be. So I'm going to just take these two, extrude up, and then we're just going to connect these two. Oop. You know what? Let's just make this a face. These two edges, face. These two edges, actually not face. Let's take this edge, and yeah, that's everything I wanted. Yeah, I was making that way more complex than it needed to be. I'm hitting Alt left click on these. We don't need those. And then just F to create a face. Now we have a slit for the trigger. And we'll put a spring back here, and a little hole I'll make later. That way the trigger can be pushed and it'll pop back out because that spring will be compressed whenever you push it down. So that'll be cool. Alright, I'm going to bevel these. Some of these are a little harsh. Picking which ones I want to bevel. Some of them seem okay. Definitely this one, and this one. And we'll right click and bevel. Don't need too much beveling. Wait, oh, since we already have that half, what we could do is get rid of this with Shift. Now Alt left click on this, and let's just delete that for now. And then get those points we wanted to bevel again. And we will bevel these vertices a little bit. Let's add 3. Was this one beveled? You know what we'll do after that? We'll select these guys. Let's select that one. Actually, you know what? Let's subdivide this guy. Move him on just a little bit. Yeah. And we'll select all of these. And not these and not those. And then we will right click and smooth vertice. Maybe twice. Yeah, I think that'll make it a little smoother, a little more comfortable to hold. Alright. And then we will take these and then we will duplicate with Shift D and bring that over here with GY. And since snap is still on, it moved over there nicely, and merge is still on, so we're back in business. Okay, so we can close these up, I think. So Alt left click and then still holding Alt and hold Shift now and then left click again to get those guys. And we'll hit C to get the selection circle, and I'm holding Shift and I'm going to get rid of those. Actually, we can use those. And then I'm going to go to 2 to get to edge mode, and then I'm going to bridge these edge loops. This one doesn't actually need it. Face. And zoom in on here. This one should be. And I'll close up this face. In edge mode, I'm clicking on shift clicking, hitting F. Let's close this up as well. Hit F. Let's get rid of X-ray view so we can see what we're doing. I'm going to close this up over here by selecting these vertices. Hit F. I wonder if I should mirror it. Might make things a little faster. Oh, we'll keep it alright for now. Clicking on these guys, hit F to close up that face. I think with Alt and left click I got those. And going into edge mode with 2. C to get the selection circle, holding shift left clicked on that. And then F to close up the face. Again, Alt left click. And then we'll select this one. Not that one. Not that one. And hit F. Closes up that face. I think this one. So K to close up, and then we have this guy. Okay. So working on that's doing alright so far. Now let's Shift D to duplicate this, and now I'm hitting G and then Z to bring it up just a bit. And what I'll do now is hit P. You know what? We can actually print these parts together, actually. So let's connect those two for a moment. And I'd like this to be 0.5 millimeters above, whoops, because merge was on, within 0.0, 0.01. Okay, let's try that again. E, Z, extrude G, and then Z to move along the Z axis here. We're going to create a 0.5 millimeter gap in between these two parts, and we'll get rid of these edges. And this is going to be our trigger, so we're going to move it over here. Well, probably want it more like over here, so it has a little ways to travel when you push it down. Maybe here. Alright, so we'll create a sort of crescent shape. That's about where it's going to end up. So let's go. Let's extrude, and then G, and then X. Alright, so we want to have it 0.5 millimeters away from that. Edge length is selected. Can't see it though. Length, and it's about where that's supposed to be. So we'll bring that up. And let's go into X-ray so we can select both those vertices. Okay, let's select all of these with C, and then we will right click and smooth vertices, but since we don't want them traveling along the y-axis, we'll negate that over here. That way they don't thin out, like so. And then we actually want to, I'm clicking this vertice here for the trigger and hitting L. That'll select everything it's attached to. And then with median point on, we're going to hit S for scale, and then Y. And we're going to bring it down to say 6.2. That should be thin enough to fit in the slot without any jigglage, without too much jigglage. So it'll be a nice fit in there. And the trigger's going to come all the way up here. Let's reduce that by 0.5 millimeters. 17, so that's easy enough. And then we will take, we'll take that and go back with extrude along the x-axis. Snap over here, but reduce it by 0.5 millimeters. That tends to be how much space you need in between parts so they can fit together without actually bumping into each other. So that's 0.5. Actually, this needs to be much shorter because it needs to be able to compress back a bit. So let's go back here along the x-axis, and then we'll extrude that down to this point. And then we should be able to fill in the faces here. And then let's select these edge loops and hit F. Alt left click on that, hit F, and we're going to Shift N to recalculate our normals. This basically just tells Blender what we want on the outside versus what we want on the inside for these faces. And that trigger should be able to move back a bit. So when we push the trigger, it'll be like that. Alright. I mean, we could even project it a little more, but that's alright. And since it is the trigger, we're definitely going to be touching it, so we want to round it out, these forward edges a bit. Let's get rid of these, just so it's a bit more comfortable. Should we round out this too? You know what? Let's subdivide that. You know, these are getting in the way, so I'm going to left click on this and hit L, and then H to hide. And then we'll just select the ones we actually want, which are up here. You know what? I want to subdivide these, and then we're going to bevel. And then we want that one, and that should be fine. And then we'll bevel these. Sure, nothing's. I don't like this corner too much. So maybe we'll give that some more bevel. Yeah. Yeah, that should be nice and smooth. That way you don't press on any sharp edges, which can be uncomfortable. Okay, so back in edit mode, to bring everything back, we're going to hold Alt and hit H to unhide everything. And that's basically our handle. Now we do want to do a couple more things. For example, we want to add these little ridges here. So let's think how I want to do that. Maybe we will add some squares, perhaps. Squares, cubes. And we'll scale these down to a usable degree. And we'll hit. I'm hitting S and then moving in and out with the mouse wheel here. So we're gonna shrink that down. We are in X-ray mode. And we grabbed it with G and moved it over a bit. And now I'm thinking, I mean, even in X-ray mode, it's kind of hard to see. But we're going to have to extend it just a touch. How far back does that go? That's about halfway, which is more or less where we are right now. So I'm going to want to use this edge as an axis. So up here in global, I'm going to hit plus. Now we're on this edge. So when I hit this face, I just hit 3 and then clicked on the face. And then we're going to hit G and then Y to bring it out. Now we're using that edge as an axis, so we can mess around that way. And then I'm thinking we can bevel. Actually, let's widen this. So going back into vertices mode, which is 1, then hitting L. Now we're going to hit scale and then use Y. What? Hit Y twice, that way you get the global Y again, instead of using that edge as Y. Let's see. Does stick out a little bit. Will that be enough? Let's go ahead and see what beveling does for this. I feel like the middle kind of protrudes. So we're gonna subdivide this and then scale. No, wait. Control Z to undo, and then we're gonna subdivide it twice actually. And maybe even this way once. let's select these edges and this guy, C, and then subdivide. And then I kind of want to scale that out with S, and then, Y twice. I'll widen that out just a bit. That might be a little too much. So let's click on one of these and hit L, and then we'll hit scale, and then Y twice, and then shrink it back down, because we don't want it too wide. Let's give it another one of those. Shouldn't be sticking out too much. Then I'm thinking these can be pulled back a bit. So he's still using that edge. We'll go back here, like so. And then maybe even these can go inward along the Y, so 2 Ys. And then if that's the case, we can pull this guy back a bit. Oh, snap's still on, so let's do that over here. Let's see what that'll do. So I'm going to select all these edges out here, the outer rim, and you know what, we're probably going to need these as well to round it out. Okay, we're basically just selecting the entire thing except for the top. Let's get these. And that one. Yeah. Okay, I could have just done faces and then Alt left click to get all that. I make life so difficult sometimes. Pressing 2, we go into edge mode, and then we're going to right click and then bevel everything. And I don't think we need edge links. Control Z, just play around with that a little bit. It seems about right. Let's turn off X-ray mode. You know, the entire thing really needs to be beveled. So what we'll do is Shift D to duplicate what we just did there. We'll put one there, and we'll hit L on this one, and then P to separate those selections. We put them in a different object now, and we'll go ahead and bevel this handle a bit. And so basically anywhere we're going to put our hands, and I do notice that there is maybe a raised area in here, so maybe we will mess with that. Oh, should we do that now, or you know what, maybe we can maybe I mean, it doesn't stick out very much. Well, let's just bevel this for now. Oh, go into edge mode, and then we'll Alt left click, and then Alt Shift left click. Hit these, I think. Yeah, I guess that'll be beveled as well. Yeah, alright. Right click, and then we'll go ahead and start beveling. See what that looks like. It's not bad. It's not bad. Ooh. There's some clipping going on over here because these parts are a little too close to each other. So that's about as far as we can go with that. But that's not too bad. We could fiddle around with those vertices, but I'm not too worried about it. It seems alright. As long as we're getting rid of those sharp corners, that'll make the prop a little uncomfortable to handle. That's all we're really worried about. And then we got those. Now what about this bit? Can we do something about that bit there? So I feel like it's around here. And we'll just create, let's take off snap, and we're just clicking on that vertex and extruding with E. And it might end somewhere around there. And we're on the back face. So those. And let's go ahead and bevel these just to round them out a bit. Bevel, adding some vertices, and then I'm gonna right click and hit smooth vertex, and we'll do that a couple times. Okay, so now we're gonna want to create a new face for that. Oh, first, yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of these two faces because we're gonna need to make some new ones. Just clicked on those in 3, and then let's redo that. So I'm in 3, which is faces mode, and then shift clicked on these, and then X, and then only faces. And then let's select this edge here, this entire thing here, and then we will shift D, and we definitely want to put snap back on, so we can snap it with G and then Y twice. That way we can get her over here. Okay. Alright, and I just Alt Shift clicked on that one. And we're not going to need these, just that area. I'll turn that into a face with F. And then we will do the same thing for over here. Get rid of all those. F. And I think we can Alt and Alt Shift clicked on these to create those faces once more. Not that one. There we go. Oop. Nope. Oh, we don't want this edge. You did that. The other side did not. Okay. Alright, and over here, I think we're going to just select these faces. They're sticking out. And I think we'll just extrude and then pull them along double Y. Right. You know what? You really don't need that edge anymore. Let's go back to global. Grab, and then along the Y axis, we're going to pull these out just to create that little ridge there. And then on this one, let's collect this edge way around. Actually, yeah, let's just get this. And I don't think these will make a difference, but then we will right click and bevel to make that kind of smooth. Make that a little more comfortable. Okay, oh, let's get rid of that and try that again. And there we go. And we will do that once more. Collecting all these guys. I hit C to create the circle. And we're just left click dragging. And then we protrude just the tiniest bit. Probably should have remembered how far that was, but that's not going to matter that much. Alright, and then we're going to click on these edges again. Nope, don't want that one. Click on this one. 2. Oh, okay. Okay. And then we will bevel. Oop. And I think that's about that shape. Alright, so now for these guys, we're going to click on this piece and then use the modifier. So we went to modifiers, add modifier, generate boolean, and then we'll use a union, and then object, we will use this object here that we made. And let's hit apply. And now we need to get rid of this, so we're going to hide that. That's the original object. And see how that did. Checking the internal geometry. Sure, not too much. There is some problem here. But for the most part, I think it did okay. Yeah. Did a little less than okay, but it saved time. Let's get rid of these edges. Don't want any of this internal geometry. Whoops. I hit period on the numpad to zoom in to whatever I'm looking at. And I think this needs to be a face. And I think this may also need to be a face. And this needs to be a face. I think this needs to be a face, and then this. And this needs to be a face. Okay. And this needs a face. Okay, we need to get rid of that clipping issue. Where was it? Oh, view. And clip start, and we're going to reduce that to 0.1. That way when we zoom in, it doesn't start clipping so early. Okay, so this, we want these to be flat faces. Okay. And we need to do this similarly over here. Shift clicking on those and hitting F. And we got another one over here, F. And let's see. Yeah. Shift clicking and then F. F. Okay, that's the bottom one. Let's check this one. The top one came out pretty good. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the bottom one. But, yeah, those are ridges. So it's looking decent. Okay, we have not been looking at the other images, though. The dude's hand is always on the trigger, so we can't really see much of it. But I think it's pretty decent. So that's going to be its own piece, and it's going to have a slot that fits into this part. We got our trigger that can move. And I think we got the general shape. Alright. So this is all I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take a little break. Alright, and we are back with the Hot-Shot Lasgun. So now I think we're going to start working on this upper bit over here. So the first thing I was thinking about doing is extending this just a bit more so it has something to catch on to this front magazine bit here. So we're just going to extend this with E, and we're going to go along the x-axis, and we're just going to put that right in there. Let's move that back just a wee bit. How long is this? 2 millimeters? That would probably not really make much of a difference, but oh well. Alright, for this next part, in order to fit this guy in here, we're going to take this, and I'm going to Shift D to duplicate, and then I'm going to push it forward just a little. You know what? Let's extrude, actually. No. Let's go back. I'm going to take this and extrude this one, the original one, X by 0.5 millimeters. And then we can get rid of these edges here. Then I'm going to extend this by 0.5 millimeters. So when we start working on the next parts, this should slot into it easily enough. Alright, so what we're going to do now is hit P and hit selection. This will turn it into its own object, and we're going to start working on this. So, since this should fit in here just fine, let's grab it and go back to X. Grab it along the X, and we have snap-on, so we'll go right back to that. And let's bring it back just a little. Wait, actually, since that'll slot in there, and actually let's Control Z to undo and go back to where that was. Actually, we'll leave that right where it is, and then we will extrude. But actually, okay. Let's extrude this and go up 0.5 millimeters. That way, that should fit in there. And we will eliminate these two vertices, and we'll start here now, I think. So this should make for the slot. And this part will slide into this upper part. So we'll extrude here, go back to X, along the X, and we're attaching there. And then we'll go down, extruding again, this time along the Z. We'll go right about there. Yeah. And then extrude again, and let's snap to the original point along the x-axis. Whoops. And we got that going. And now let's make these into a face. And we'll turn these two into a face, and these two into a face. And we don't need this bottom one to be a face, though. This will be empty. So I clicked on that, and 3 for faces, and then X, and then get rid of the face. I guess we don't need this either, do we? Actually, we should actually go just beyond this, 0.5 millimeters worth. So I'm going to grab these guys in vertex mode, and then I'm going to grab and go along the X, and we will go back 0.5 millimeters. So this handle should fit right into there. No problem, nice and flush. Okay, and now we're going to grab this guy and go out, back in the X, and I guess this terminates about here-ish. Let's no, not extrude, not yet. Actually want this to go a bit wider. How wide is this compared to the handle? Let's take a look. definitely going to be wider, but how much wider is a little tricky to see. So let's just stretch this out. Well, actually, you know what? Let's extrude out individually. Let me get my calipers out, see how much 10 would be. 10 millimeters seems fine. It's always hard to tell until you have the thing in your hands, but we'll just go out 10 millimeters, see what that looks like. Warhammer is quite known for having these big, bulky type weapons, so it seems way too wide, but we'll see. We'll see when we print. Alright, now we're going to extrude these over here along the x-axis, and we will fill in these faces. And 2 for edge mode, and just selecting the faces we have here, and then hitting F to fill those in. And then over here, I believe we will go up, so extruding with E, using Z, on the Z-axis here, and looks like it terminates about here-ish, and then there's kind of a roundish bit. But I think that's actually part of this center piece. So, thinking maybe these two edges will go diagonally up here, like so. And then we can extrude over here along the x-axis. And I think this one might come up around here, so let's subdivide this, and then clicking on those two in vertex mode, which is 1, we'll use Shift V to move them down along these edges, and then we will extrude from there and go up along the Z-axis, and you know what, let's just snap over here. And then we will, in vertex mode, we'll collect all these and hit F to make a face there. Let's make a face over here, and here, and here, and here. And then we can bevel this edge, which, maybe we should bevel vertices? Let's see. Get off X-ray mode, and it's kind of hard to tell what that's gonna look like, because this definitely wants to bevel. I mean, that seems fine, considering. We'll worry about the beveling later. So with this going, we got this upper piece as well. Now I'm thinking how I want to 3D print this. We're going to have to do it in chunks. So where do we want to divide said chunks? So let's just see how long this would be if we tried to print it all. I'm going to take snap off over here. I'm just extruding. I want to get this measurement. So that's about 144 millimeters total. So my printer should be able to handle this whole bit here. And let's see how tall this is going to be. From here and then doing this. Because I don't think this is an ejectable magazine. Like, I usually like to make my power cells removable, but I don't think that's how this one works. That's because this will be attached to a backpack of some kind, not to the stock like thing here. But Because of that, I'm not sure if this should be removable. So we might just print it all in one piece. So let's see how tall that would be. That's like 120, 30, 34, 35, 135 millimeters tall. That's not bad at all, actually, because my printers can handle around 265 along the z-axis. So this whole chunk could potentially just be one big piece, and that'll help reduce the number of seams we have to try to get rid of, which would be nice. So I guess that's what we'll do. We'll just make this whole big one piece. Alright. Alright, with that out of the way, let's, maybe we could do this central bit here. Let's see, is there anything going on in there? I have no idea. Like, most of the lasguns tend to have a raised piece and kind of a rail that goes through, and then we have an attachment on that from the other lasguns I've done, so I'll kind of assume that's what we have here, even though it usually has a bit of that rail sticking out. On this particular example, it does not. So we'll just go with what we have. We got this center piece clicked on over here. I'm going to turn auto merge off just in case. And I'm going to extrude with E. And then we kind of go upwards here. And then we'll extrude some more, making this shape. And then we'll go straight across using the x-axis. And then we'll go in for a dip. And then we will put snap back on and use that to get us over to this point. I think this is where we're going to have to cut it off. So having done that, let's go ahead and bevel these just to make that that slide a little smoother. Just a couple of bevel. And then we'll go into vertices mode, and then we'll right click and smooth the vertices, and then we will eliminate the y-axis on this smooth. So we got that. Let's do similarly over here. We'll collect all these vertices, these edges, actually just these two. Then we will bevel. And then we will go back to vertices mode, and then we will smooth. This also looks like it needs to bevel. So we'll bevel those. Let's smooth all this out. After collecting those in vertices mode, go back to edge mode. Actually, let's do it this way. Just those edges. And we'll go smooth. Wait. Yeah, vertices. Okay. Oh yeah. Smoothing vertices. Alright. No, that's alright. Alright, just to take these corners off, because I do not like having corners in props. We're gonna bevel that just a little bit. Don't like having hard corners. Okay. So I believe we can take these two up here. So we're going to grab with G and then hit X to go across the X-axis. And it's about that. And we can probably get rid of these at this point. And we're going to grab these with X-ray on, so we got all of it. And then we're going to go down here, G and then Z, so we can grab and then go along the G axis, the Z axis. This actually looks like it's lower than that one. And also it's beveled, seemingly. So let's get that going. And should have said this sooner, but to increase or decrease the amount being beveled, you can roll up or down on the mouse wheel. So yeah, smooth that out a bit. And then it seems like we have a crescent-y shape here. Let's make sure that's what we're looking for. Yeah, more or less. So, thinking for that, let's actually get a circle going. So I shift right clicked to place my 3D cursor there, and I'm going to hit Shift A to open up circle, to open up that menu and click on circle, and we're going to shrink this quite a bit. Went down to 20 millimeters. It's 64 vertices, just to add some more there. And then we're going to rotate along the x-axis up to 90 degrees. I'm holding Control to get these incrementals by 5 degrees instead of this more finely tuned rotation. And we're going to set that, and then we're going to shrink it down large and try to match this more or less. It's about there, I think. And then this side seems to just come down like that. And this side, it's not the smoothest circle, but we'll get rid of this, and then you know what? Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of this. I think this is the furthest point out, so we'll extrude and go down with that. And then this part is that point there. So we'll get rid of this, and then we'll come straight down here. And then we will let me see. If we just went straight out from this edge, let's go ahead and create that to an edge by going up here to global and pushing plus. Now we'll move along this edge, which is what we want to do. So we'll hit G and then Y. So we're moving along this edge now. And we'll try to get as close to intercepting as possible here. And that should be plenty. And we will now take this G and then Z to move up. I had to hit it twice because we're still on edge. Let's go back to global. I don't think we'll need that edge anymore, and push it up. And since these aren't on the same plane, we'll just grab it, make sure one of these is your active, and we'll hit G and then push it over here, and then we'll duplicate with Shift D, Shift D, Shift D, Shift D to duplicate, and we'll just pop them on there. Actually, I think this should be a lot wider to accept that power cell. So I'm going to subdivide here twice on this edge. And then what I'm going to do is take these with Alt left click and then Alt Shift left click. And then let's go to median point. It's already on median point, and we will scale Y to pull these apart. I want to know how thick this is. 5 millimeters, which is not much. But this feels too thin for the power cell. But maybe it's not. Let's take a look. Can't see all that well, but look how robust this power cell is. So maybe 5 millimeters is enough. I hit period to zoom back in on what I was working on. We actually don't want that. That, and hit medium, and we're still on medium, so I'm going to hit scale with S, and then moving along the y-axis, and we'll go to 5 exactly. And then with auto merge on, we'll move these back here, and then with say G, Y, we'll move those back here, and then with G, X, move this back here, and then Z, so we can go on the same plane. So GX, and you can see it's a bit lower than that, so GZ, and we can put that on the same plane. There, that way that power cell can have a little more breathing room there. And these aren't merged, so let's get that on. Boop. Alright. And now I think we'll bridge these edge loops here. And to an edge loop, I hit C to get this circle up, and then shift clicked on that to get rid of it. And then we'll bridge the edge loops, right click, and then bridge edge loop. And we'll do the same over here. Let's get rid of this one. Okay, so in vertices mode, which is 1, vertices mode 1, hit Alt, or hold Alt, left click, and then Alt and Shift, left click again. And we'll go in edge mode with 2, C for circle select, and we will hold Shift to get rid of that edge, and then we'll right click, bridge edge loop. And we're golden. So since this is the inside of the power cell, this will be the outside still, right? Yeah, this is all outside. Alright, let's put a face on that. I'll collect these with Alt click, and then we'll bridge this edge loop, and then just put a face in here. We'll take these. Now we're inside, creating this. Oh yeah, I wanted to create all this in one piece. I wonder if that's a good idea or not. So we could make it detachable, but why would you in this case? You know what? We'll just make it all one piece like I originally planned. So we'll just take those and go straight down. And there seems to be some kind of block here. So we'll take those and then go back along the X. And then we'll go up, extruding again along the Z-axis right up to this point. And then we should just be able to connect these faces. Oh, wrong one. Over there. These two. Alright. Okay. Let's get rid of the X-ray mode. Okay, and we have sort of crescent going over here. Hmm. So this will be on this plane, I believe. Right? Yeah. That seems like it goes inward just a bit. So that seems kind of odd. Like, I imagine this part sticks out a little bit, but then this part goes in. Well, okay. Let's subdivide. You know, maybe we should mirror this. I think that'll save us some time. Alright, so with this selected, either front or back, going back in X-ray mode, we'll go to 2 with edge links, and then we'll select all these middle edge links, and then we'll subdivide. So we got this middle dissection here, and then we'll click any one of those, and go to select side of active, and we'll go along the Y. Now we have that side, so we'll get rid of the other side by hitting invert to select it all, and then delete, right click, and then delete on this menu. And then what we'll do is go to modifiers, add modifier, generate, mirror, and not on the X but the Y. So now we have that again, and now we just have to deal with half of it. That'll help save some time. Alright, so back in editing, and we want to create subdivide here, so we can create our crescent shape. Yep, it'll be right around there, and then we'll go up around here, and then extrude again along the X, around there. I think that'll do. Let's subdivide, and we'll just attach that there so everything's connected to each other. And then we'll bevel this guy to reach this crescent, and we'll give it some more to play with. And that'll be that crescent shape there. I guess we should get rid of this. Or, this feels kind of thick. I don't feel like it's going to be that thick. So, I'm going to collect these with C and, oh, jeez. We're going to get all those. Okay. So, from a different angle, we'll collect these in edge mode. And then we will subdivide. And then we'll get rid of these. Right click, delete, and then this needs to merge. Oh, auto merge is not on. So that'll give us our dip. And then maybe we can go down here, extrude, and then along the z-axis, and subdivide here, and then we'll meet that one, the X, and we'll meet those two together. Get rid of this face. We'll go into faces mode with 3, then X, and then only face. So you have this face here. Might have screwed that up. Let's Control Z back. I actually want that. I want this back. Or do I? Yeah, because then this one will actually be the level we're messing around with. right? So this one will be extruded over here, and these two, let's auto merge those, and then let's connect these two, shift, and then F to connect them, and let's create a face here. Here, so that'll be our dip, and I don't think we actually need this. Let's get rid of this, right click, delete, because this, Alt left click and then Alt Shift left click to get this, because that'll be the main face of it, and then there's our crescent. Then we have kind of a bulbousy bit there. But I guess this should subdivide here and create a face in here. And I guess a face in here as well. Or no? Let's subdivide. And with G and then X. And then we'll get rid of this face. And connect these two. And then this will be a new face. And then we'll connect these two and create another face. And these two. I guess that's coming along then. And for this one, we'll just go straight down here. This one lost some width. It should be on the same level as this. How is that looking over there? It's kind of hard to tell. I hit Tab to go into object mode from edit mode, and then H, and there we have the stop. So this actually goes up here. Alright. I guess then this will go here. Well, let's just attach these two. F, and then this is all kind of a flat face here. I think we got this whole edge selected, and hit F, and that's about that chunk of it. And we're missing anybody? We're missing here. Let's go ahead and subdivide here, and we'll drag that back here, and then we'll face this, and then this is still part of that part that's going to contain this bit. So let's go along the extrude along the Y here, and then we can connect all of this and make that into a face, and then this can also be a face. I don't want it to be flat. I kind of want this to go in to a little recess here, but that only extends like 2 millimeters, I think, is what we had, which is about that length actually. So Control Z, go back, and go in X-ray mode. I feel like that goes back here. So this part should fit inside this recess that we made. And I'd like there to be another recess up front for it, just to give the super glue plenty of surface area to stick onto. So I think what we may actually end up doing is pulling this back a bit, just to give it a slot, or more of a slot. And let's hide this for a moment. Oh, what happened here? Let's put that along the... Why is that diagonal? Let's move this back. Wait, actually, I think that's what I wanted. How does this align? Let's see. It does have some room here. So let's pull this back here on the x-axis. And that is dead on that one. Does this work? So that just slots in there. Is this a face? It is now. So the handle should fit into this slot, which is what I am definitely looking for. We'll see. We'll see how it prints. Alright, so we'll get rid of this edge here to open this back up. And I guess we'll get rid of... I guess we gotta get rid of this. And... maybe not that. But definitely these. Click on those, shift left clicking on them, and then... actually, you know what? We'll have to do the front and the back a little differently, because this one seems to stick out more. This one just sticks out a little bit. How far is that? 1 millimeter? Not much at all. And this one sticks out a bit more. So pull that back along the X, 3 millimeters. And then this one, we'll say is also 3 millimeters. Yeah, close enough. And let's take all of those edges, well, all of these edges. Let's get rid of edge links for a moment. And I'm shift left clicking. And then we'll extrude down. And that'll be that block. And then we'll hit F to create a face on that. And we have these two hose bits here, which I'm definitely not going to 3D print. I'm going to have to find some hose and then see how thick that needs to be, how wide that needs to be. But we can start putting some circles on there. So we'll subdivide twice. Now we'll try to get these in the center. I'm a median, right? And we'll stretch that out along the x-axis. Those about as center as we can see. Then I'm going to click on one and hit F3, cursor to active, and Shift A to pull up this menu. Then we'll get a circle. And then we'll, with S, scale it down. And then with E, we'll extrude. Just like that. And we won't know how these are going to attach until I get my hose. Well, we can Shift D. Let's go to center. There we go. And then we're selecting this one, so we'll just pull it down with G, Z, and then some snap is still on. We'll have that. Oh yeah, it's still on center. Active. And then we have those two going, and we won't really be able to do a whole lot with that yet. But this is our magazine, or whatever they want to call it, this charged area. Oh yeah, we still got this little guy, which does look different on different lasguns. Usually it's a lot wider like that, and this one looks like it even has a bolt. So maybe we can do something like that, but with this dip in the way, there's not a lot of room to work with. So, are those on the same level? I think they are. So we'll put a edge between there with F, and then go in edge mode, and then we'll hit F3, cursor to active, Shift A, circle. We will rotate this along the x-axis 90 degrees, hit S to scale, then we'll go around here. And I kind of want to make that bolt design. That looks kind of cool. So, I'll just go ahead and knife project. So I'm going to hit P, selection, and then with the main thing in edit mode, we'll select our circle with control, left click over there. And then with this alignment, we're going to hit mesh, knife project. Now we got our circle onto our main bit, so we'll get the circle and hit H to hide, and then we'll go back into edit mode for our main piece here, and we'll go ahead and get rid of this face with X, only face. Then we'll select these guys, and then we'll extrude and then bring it out a bit. See how long that is. 3 millimeters. Let's do 4 millimeters. And then I think it goes in a little from there, and then we'll extrude to create this sort of shape. And then we'll extrude and then move along the Y to go back inward for a little bit. How far is that? Maybe 2 millimeters. And then we'll shrink this with scale, S for scale, and then we'll go down. And I guess that's good enough. Let's hit F to fill that face. Oh no, actually, let's see. Try to get some opposite lines here. 34. Pretty sure the middle, yeah. The first one was the center point. And from here, let's go over 2. 2, and then 2. Wait. 2. And then we will Alt, left click on that, and then hold Shift. Okay, that's not exactly what I wanted, but alright, we're going to get rid of these. And then hit F to fill in those faces. We got our bolt, and then we'll click on those two faces and extrude along the Y and bring it up just a bit. How much is that? 2. Let's go 1.5. millimeters. So now we got our bolt looking bit. Can refine it a little. Let's fill in these faces here. Here, and still on median point. We'll scale that out as much as we can, which isn't too much. And then we'll bevel these edges just a bit. Reduce that bevel. Now we got a kind of cool bolt on there. Alright. And I think this is this chunk. Oh yeah, we still got to get the top here. I think we just select all those. Don't need you. Those, and then hit F and fill that in. And that might be it for that. Let's take a look-see at our references. Because usually there's a space in between these for all the lasguns I've seen, but this one is a bit different. There's some extra biz on that one. Feel like all the ones I have seen always a bit different, but Alright, well, we have one extra piece. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break, and we'll get back to it in a bit. Alright, we are back with the Hot-Shot Lasgun. I think it's also known as the Hellgun or something along those lines. But anyway, we're gonna knock this part out in this section. So I'm pretty sure this isn't a stock because it doesn't have like a concave area for the shoulder, and it definitely isn't long enough. These guys never seem to use it as such, and you can see how short it is. And it doesn't look like it has a pad or anything, so I think this is just like a cylindrical bit for the gun, which is interesting, but okay. Alright, let's go into this item here. I'm calling it the main front. Actually, this should be the main rear, shouldn't it? Main part of the gun, and it's the rear part. And even though it's not a stock, we'll just call it a stock anyway for that part. So I'm on this one with the edge, that's 2, and then I'm going to hit F3 and then put cursor to active so we can get central on there. Now I'm pretty sure it's not a perfect cylinder, I think it's more ovoid. So we're going to get a circle with Shift A, and then we're going to rotate along the Y-axis about 90 degrees. Well, not about, exactly 90 degrees. And let's see, this is actually pretty tall, but now it's too far across, so we're going to shrink it. We're going to hit S for scale and then go along the Y-axis to bring it in so it fits better on the back of our gun. We can stretch it out a little more, and then we're going to hit E to extrude and take it back along the X-axis. We'll just take it back here, and then we'll hit E again to extrude, and then S for scale, and we'll bring it out to about here, and then we'll hit E again and go along the X-axis to get that. And I think that's pretty much it for that part. Very simple. We're gonna grab these edges here with Alt left click and then Alt Shift left click to grab both of them, and then we're gonna bevel them a bit, because that would be really uncomfortable. Bevel edges. Let's get rid of edge length. And I want that to be a bit smoother, so I hit Control Z to undo. And then we're going to bevel those edges, and we're going to roll up on our mouse to give it some more. And that seems much better. Yeah. And you know what? We will separate this actually. I'm going to click on any one of the vertices that make it up and hit L. L to select everything it's attached to, and then P, and then selection to separate this into its own object. And we will call this the stock. Even though I don't think it is, but it's in that area. Okay, so we have this cylinder here. And now let's move on to this forward bit here. Let's see, whoop. Let's get back around and let's go into X-ray view. And it's still kind of in the way, so I'm going to hide it for a moment. Seems like that stops there, and this rail, I'm pretty sure, runs... turn X-ray view off, and I'm pretty sure it runs in between this thing here. But we will worry about that in a moment. Let's just extend this. We're going to go back into X-ray view, grab those guys, and we will extrude. Well, this is a separate part, so what I'm going to do is Shift D to duplicate, and then I'm going to hit P, and then we're going to separate that into its own object. Then we're going to grab those again, and now we're in our own object. And we're going to hit extrude, and we're going to use the X-axis. We're going to bring it out, and then this kind of hooks back, sort of, maybe. I don't know why that would do that. It's hard to see that anywhere else. This is also not a perfect profile, so that might just be the back section of it going back there. So we will ignore that for now. We'll just put this up here. Yeah. Then we'll continue extruding in this very geometric shape on the x-axis, and then we'll extrude again, this time along the z-axis, and then we'll bring it back home over here, and since snap is still on, we can just snap it over to here. And that's basically already that. We can just click on all those with Alt left click and then F to create a face here. And I don't think there's anything else going on, so we'll just close up that as well. Now usually I've noticed with the lasguns, they tend to fold in a bit up here. So I think I'm going to want to do that. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's go with G, put that up here. Actually, get rid of that face and make a new face up here, and then we can put another face in there. And these lasguns almost always kind of push inward like this up top here. And I think we can see it in this one. Yeah. It has that bit of diagonal. That this barrel, usually they have kind of a lip and then the barrel goes in there, but this one looks like it's kind of flush with this face, so that'll make it a lot easier to do. So we're perfectly fine with that. But it does have that diagonal in there, and I'm pretty sure it goes into this as well, which I didn't do. We'll do that in a little bit. We start adding some details. But yeah, we have that. I wonder if it should go all the way to this line here, just to clean things up. That's alright. Alright. And for this barrel, this rather thick barrel, it seems like we have a couple of layers over here, and it's kind of wide and alveolar again. Alright, no problem. So we will go into edit mode with this object, and then we will select that on the edge, which is 2. And then we'll put the cursor to active, and let's get off that actually. We'll just create this as a new item, new object, and Shift A, circle. And we will get this along 90 degrees. Should shrink that a bit. And and then it seems like it stretches quite a bit. So in vertices mode, we'll get we'll actually get rid of these. And then we'll bring these down, and then we'll duplicate this. So I'm rotating it 180 degrees, and then bringing it down. And then auto merge is on right now, so we'll select this one and just pop that on there. And now we have that shape. Now this one has these layers going on. This one does not appear to. It actually goes the opposite way. See, this one doesn't have seemingly any at all. This one also doesn't seem to have any at all. I kind of like those layers though. They look pretty cool. So I think we will do the layers. Let's see, how wide is that? It's pretty wide. It's almost the entire face there. So let's enlarge this while still being on that face, and then we will extrude a bit along the X, bring it up, and then we'll extrude, hit scale to go back down, and I'm on median point here. That's important. Maybe there. Then we'll extrude again, go along the X, and then we'll shrink it down one more time with scale. And that's about as thick. And then it just goes out forward like so. I mean, these might be like a different pattern or whatever. So, I feel like we can make this a bit larger. We'll just, with X-ray on, we'll hit G, Z to make it a bit wider. How's the bottom? Bottom has a lot of space. It also kind of curves inwardly. I don't think this one does. Let's see if the other ones... This one also seems to have the inward curve, as does this, and that is pretty typical with the Lasgun, so we're going to want to add that, I think. How much should it? So back on this object, let's subdivide these two, and then we'll grab that edge and bring it down to about this height. Maybe? I feel like a little lower, maybe. And then we can bring this one in some to give us that diagonal there. That's not bad. There's a fair amount of space. There's not much space on this one. But it's also almost at the top. But there's no dip like this in that one. Oh, kind of Frankenstein in here from all these different parts. Try to make something that looks cool. I actually want to bevel these before we forget. Let's grab these edges here. Hit Alt left click, and then Alt Shift, and then left click again, and then bevel, right click. Yeah, those are kind of cool. I feel like if we're following this one versus this one, this area might even come down a little lower. To give us some more room there to play with. And this barrel seems thin in this image, but how wide is this? Let's see. We'll grab these two just to get an idea. Go up here, edge lengths, 48.5. Let me check on the calipers how wide that is. It's actually not very wide. That's like 1.5 inches or so. Maybe 2 inches. I think that's okay. I'll show this to my client later, see what he thinks. But, oh, and we have this. We have these braces here that are quite interesting. How does that go in? Just not. It doesn't go into those guys, right? Okay, let's take these edges. You know what? Let's go ahead and mirror this just to make it easier on ourselves. Let's take one of these, select side of active, and then since we already have the right axes, get rid of the edge links, select side of active, and let's go back to select and invert, and then right click, delete, and then we will go to the modifiers, add modifier, generate, and then mirror, and we'll go along the Y and not the X. So yeah, that should make things a bit easier on us. So let's grab these two, and we'll subdivide twice to make that that sort of valley, I guess, or trench. And we will extrude inward about here. And we will need to get rid of this face. And let's put in a new face over here. Is that already a face? It is already a face. And we don't need this face. Is that a face? It is not a face. Actually, we are faceless over here. We can make this a face. Boop. I think we can grab these edges here with shift left click, and then shift left click on these, and then we will bridge those edge loops, and now we got our rail. And then we have those braces, which I think are just either squares or rectangles. I think if we just split one of these, maybe this one, into well, I want it to be nice and even, so I'm going to put it around here. We'll take those two edges, subdivide, and then we'll use this edge to create those squares. So subdivide this into 3. That way they're nice and evenly spaced apart. Then I'm going to hit F3, cursor to active, Shift A to bring up this menu, and then we're going to create some planes. Those are way too big. So we're going to shrink it down to 20. And then rotate it along the x-axis so we can face them 90 degrees. And then we'll pull that out a bit. And I think these are like fused to the barrel to give it support. So with median active up here, we're going to duplicate, Shift D, and then just plop those right on there. Actually want these to be a bit in front of it. And then with these selected, we're going to hit P, selection. And we really don't need this edge anymore now. So we can get rid of that. Those, delete. And with this guy in edit mode, we can control, okay, that didn't work. This guy in edit mode, let's try to find where you are here. Control click, so that's red. And now along this facing, I think those are the right shape. Let's make sure. Kind of rectangular. This one doesn't go above or below. Though this one seems to a little bit, and they are rectangular there. A bit rectangular there. So let's go back to these guys, hit A on them, and then we're going to scale them down along the Z-axis just to make them a bit more rectangular. I want them to overlap just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's about where I want them. Alright, we'll edit, and then we'll control left click here. And then on this facing, we'll hit mesh, and then knife project. So we'll get those patterns on there. We can hide this now with H. And now we got that. Okay, it didn't go down here for some reason. Maybe we'll have to do a knife project. Control Z over and over till we're back to this step. Edit. This time let's try a knife project. And then cut through. There we go. Now we got it all the way. So let's hide these again. And now we can take this out. We just want the outside of this. And we actually don't want these. Let's try X-ray. X-ray. And I'm hitting C to get this circle up, and then holding shift and then left clicking on the parts that I don't want, kind of dragging through. And then we're going to extrude along the y-axis to bring it out just a wee bit, maybe somewhere in there. And then we'll hit, oh, never mind, Control Z back here, and we want to flatten these all along the same axis. Right now these top and bottom are not on the same plane here, so I'm going to go into vertices mode with 1, hit scale, S for scale, and then Y, and then 0 on the numpad, and that flattens it all along the same plane. That's what we're looking for. Okay, hitting F didn't do it. Let's get rid of these, and we'll do it one at a time. Boop. Selecting those, bam. And we will fill in this face, which means we don't need this anymore, do we? Get rid of this edge, so we don't have any internal geometry that we don't want. And hitting period to zoom in on what I was doing. We can get rid of these, get rid of any internal faces that we're not going to need. These. And we will fill in this at the F face, and basically just do that over and over again for these guys. Oh, getting rid of, hitting C, and then just rolling over these. X edge, and F, don't need that edge, and last one, press C, put the circle select, get all those, get rid of edges, then Alt select, or Alt left click, F, there. Now we have those guys going, and I want to be sure to bevel these actually, so I'm going to hit face mode for 3, and then shift left click on all of them, and then we'll go into edge mode, and then bevel edges. Ooh. This is acting weird. Okay, I'm going to hit A to select all, then we'll hold shift and hit N to recalculate our normals. Hopefully that'll help with that. And then selecting those guys again, and we will try to bevel these edges once more. Alright, there we go. Don't need too much, I just don't want to be pointy and uncomfortable. Just check if they're not overlapping or any kind of weirdness going on. Oh, it looks alright. Looks alright. So we got our braces. I guess we can close this up, because I think we'll print this piece separately from the muzzle. This one looks like it extends from it. This one kind of narrows down. This one looks like it extends also. So I like that extended look. It looks very reinforced. And that's what we're going for. This is a heavy las weapon. So let's see how we want to do this. Don't think we need this vertex here. Is that just... yeah, that's just kind of open. So I guess this is a face. And then on top of said face, we will hit F3 and then cursor to active. And then to make it its own object, Shift A, and we'll go with another circle. Rotating along the y-axis for 90 degrees. And then we'll scale it down with S. And I want this to be as big as we can get it. So that'll be about here-ish. How wide is that? Let's see. Edge lengths, 40 millimeters. Let's see. It's not bad. I feel like the whole thing can be scaled up, but of course, you know, Warhammer scale versus actual human. Never know what it's going to look like, really, until you got it all printed out. So this is what we'll go with for now. Then we will extrude a bit. Maybe 4 millimeters. And then we will come in just a small amount. Make that lip. And then we will extend out. Now this one has these cuts, which lasguns typically have, though this one does not seem to. This one does. And this one does. So you know what? We'll do that. We'll have that cut in there. Having said that, because this is round, this is not oblongish. It feels too small to me. So instead, you know, maybe we'll do it like this and extend outward a bit. So we're going to expand with scale up. Scale outward, I guess I should say. And then we'll pull this out. And then we'll extend, extrude along here-ish. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we'll extend inward to create this shape, because this is usually a shroud for the barrel, so we'll go inward a little ways. I got snap on. Let's take that off. And then we'll come out again, and then this will be the actual barrel. That sticks out just a little beyond. Then we're going to have a cut here. So, actually, maybe not do the barrel just yet. Maybe even take this a little deeper down. So we're going to do a knife project to give us that diagonal in here. So let's do cursor to active. With that edge selected, we'll pull up a plane, we'll put it on an angle, like so. And is that the right angle? That's about it. That's about it. Alright, we'll hit P to separate, selection, drag it in front of what we want to cut, and we will hit the cut item in there, edit mode, then we will control click on this guy so it's red, and then we will go to mesh, knife project, cut through, still selected, alright, and that got us our cut. So we'll go ahead and select all those and get rid of that. I'll select all of these if we can. Then we'll go into edge mode, right click, bridge edge loops. So now we got our lip, and now we'll do the barrel, or at least the muzzle. That'll go around there. And the bore will go straight back for, who really cares how far? Let's just go back there. Let's get snap back on and put it here, and we can close up that face. So then we have our barrel, and I'd like to bevel, say all of these, at least a little bit. Just get rid of some of the sharp edges. Maybe a little more. That should be fine, and we can mess with the details later. We can hide that for now, and then we also need to get this going. So for this, I'm going to, let's say, so we want to get rid of this area. We want that part to go backwards. So, yeah, so, alright. We're going to go Shift A to create a circle. We're going to rotate it 90 degrees, shrink it down, put it around here, I think. And then we'll get rid of half of it. And then we'll extend this down with E to extrude. And then we will separate this with P selection. Let's get it in front of it. And then let's get this guy in edit mode, and then with this guy in red with control left click, we're going to knife project again, mesh, knife project, cut all the way through, and now we can get rid of that. And with this, we can get rid of all these edges in here. Let's go through, get rid of the other side as well. So we got all of them, and we'll hit X, delete edges, and then we'll take the outer part of our barrel, which I think is here, this one. Yeah. And then we'll Shift D to duplicate and drag it back over here, and we'll extrude that, put it over on that side. So we got that going. And now I'm thinking we knife project again with this guy on that. Let's see if this works. This is going to be kind of a mess. But, edit, control click, whoops, edit, control click, and then mesh, knife project, and we're already all the way through. So we will hide you in case we need you later. And from here, I think we can get rid of everything else that wasn't involved in this operation. So we'll go to X-ray mode and get rid of all these, get rid of all those, I think. And we'll just delete that with X, and I think we still need that face, and the other sides as well. And from there, I would really like to be able to bridge edge loops, but I don't know how clean that's gonna be. It's not too bad. So we're gonna all click. Let's get the side 2 first. Bridging edge loops. And then we will just select everything. Wonder if we can just X-ray view vertices. I want these. Those, and select all of these. Will this work? Don't want any of those. Those, don't want these. Want that one. Don't want those. And let's see. Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad. Alright, we can do the other one then. Okay, got C open on vertices with X-ray mode selected. We'll get all the ones we want. Go back to edge mode, get rid of that guy. Select these edges that we want. That, and bridge edge loops. And we got that going. Alright. Now this one doesn't look like it, maybe just the light and the angle, but it didn't seem like it has the shroud, but that's okay. We got that. So we got several more pieces going. Let's get the, what would that be? Main rear? Yeah. Let's call this main front. So yeah. We got some more chunks going. Alright, I'm going to take a break. And we're back with the Hot-Shot Lasgun from Warhammer 40k. So I think today we're going to start with the attachment rail and try to crank out this scope. So let's get in here. And let's see. I feel like this could be wider, actually. I kind of want it to follow this line, which, let's see if it does that. It seems like it does. It's the same guy. I think that's just like a diagonal rather than what I currently have, and that would match the other lasguns I've done. So what we're gonna do here is let's go ahead and, you know what, I'm gonna duplicate with Shift D and snap this over. We're on center, aren't we? Median. Go to active. With that still duplicated, we'll shift over here. And I think we'll get rid of this one. Let's get rid of that. And yeah, let's get rid of this. And also this. And then we will in edge mode we're going to, let's give ourselves another edge here. Oh, those are two different objects. Let's hide that for now with H, and then we'll create a face here, an edge there. Click clicking on these two with Alt click and then Alt Shift click. And back in edge mode, we'll hit C and Shift click on that because we just want these, and then we will bridge these edge loops like so. And since we already have that diagonal main front, I'm going to take this edge, I'm going to Shift D, and then we're going to separate it with P and then selection and hide that again. Now that we have U, I'm going to select it, and then let's, with median point active, we're going to stretch it out just a bit. And we're going to use this to knife project right through there to create our diagonal. So in order to do that, we click on that, get it in edit mode with tab, and then control click on that. Get this alignment using X over here, and then we'll go to mesh, and then knife project and cut through. Now we should have that sliced very neatly, and the diagonals are exactly the same. So let's go ahead and get rid of this face, this one too, and then we'll go right click and then delete. And now we have that nice diagonal face there. Okay, we don't need any of those. I want to put a face there, so we're going to go C and then Shift, left click, draw that down, and then hit F to install our new face. This one's not attached to anything. We'll just put a face there, close that guy up, and it seems thinner than it probably should be. We'll go ahead and hide this, bring back main front. Now, normally the attachment rail is kind of like in between these two. So from here-ish, let's see, there's nothing sticking out. There's usually something like sticking out here that's part of the attachment rail that goes all the way up, but this one's kind of weird because here's the rail, but then it seems to go upward, unless that's part of the scope, which is a little hard to tell at this angle. Maybe you can see how it's split in there. So you can definitely see how it goes in the middle of those two. But this part looks solid, which is a break from the usual. And you can see the attachment rail going through here. But which is a bit of a departure from the usual way these are made. So I think we'll go with the standard build. So let's get these guys. I think we'll split around there. All those, and then we will subdivide. And I think that'll... Let's thin this out just a bit. Let's get this edge over here. And then we will hit S and Y and then 0 on the numpad to get them all on the same plane. And then we, with snap still on, we'll do G and then Y so they're nicely aligned like this. And then I'm going to move them both a little bit over to the edge. How wide is that actually? 3 millimeters. That is not very wide at all. But that part does tend to be kind of thin. Okay. And then with that done, I think we'll be able to get rid of this area. That. And I kind of want to come straight down here. Wonder if there's any issue with just sliding this over a bit. I don't think so. So, Actually, yeah. So So let's just create another one. Let's hide this for now. Guess we'll work on you first. We'll subdivide here and line this up with this one. Oops. Line it up using y-axes. And then we'll create a face here. And then we will do the same over here. Let's hide this barrel. And actually subdivide this one. Bring it up. And then we'll extrude E and then snap that with Y. And then we'll go to the middle, extruding again. And then just turn this into a face. And then we can turn this into a face. So we got that, and then this, since the rail is going to be like right here, I guess we will subdivide. Does the rail stick out at all? It doesn't on that one. I don't see it on that one, but it is on this one. And it usually does, and I think that's it on this one. So, so if I do that, then we'll have to pull this back. I don't think that'll be a huge negative or anything. But do we need to do that? We don't need to do it. But since we are trying to make more of a standard, let's go ahead and get rid of this face, and I think we will in fact pull it back. So let's grab all these in edge mode, and then we're going to subdivide, and then take this new edge, we're going to hit scale, S for scale, and then X, and then 0 on the numpad to line that up. Let's bring this forward. This will be our new spot where that part ends. And we'll put that around here-ish. And maybe bring it up a bit more. Maybe 7 millimeters. And we'll get rid of this. And that. And we'll put this new face up here. Let's get these involved. And we'll go, we'll take this edge, just this whole edge, and extrude downward. And then we'll use this guy, make sure it's lined up with you along the Y. And then we'll put a face here, put a face here. I'm shift clicking, and then this can be that rail sticking out. Now the rail does have a sort of diagonally bit at the top. Let's think about how we're gonna do that. Let's say it's around yay high. Well, actually, it's around there. So let's see. Extruding can go up a little more. There. There. Alright, we'll put that there. Actually, it should go down because of that diagonal I was referring to. We'll go kind of like this, and then across to the center using the Y. And then we will take these guys and we'll extrude them forward here like so. Then actually we'll take it back just a bit and then bevel later. So we'll extrude down like so. Let's get these on the same plane with scale, Z, and then 0. And then we'll snap over here. We'll create another subdivide here, merge those. I got auto merge still on. And then we will turn this into a face. This will be a face, and is this a face? Yeah. And then I want to bevel it back. But if I do so, it'll bevel over here. Let's just see what that looks like. Didn't bevel that one at all. I'm gonna hit A for all, and then Shift N for recalculating the normals. It should get all of those. It did not. It doesn't want to get this one though. Let's get rid of this edge for now. Try that again. Nope. Still doesn't. Let's see if there's anything. Ooh. Oh. Doesn't have a face. Alright. That's probably why. Okay, let's bevel that. Yeah. That's just a little bit. And then we will recreate that face in here. And I want this to follow all the way back. We can do a knife project on that part. That shouldn't be an issue. Okay, we'll get rid of this for now. Subdivide back here and connect these guys. They're not on the same plane, so we'll drag it back along the Y, fill in this face, and see where this guy's going to intersect here. Alright, we can just estimate. We're going to hit Shift V to drag it along this edge. And we'll zoom in as close as we can. Won't be perfect, but it'll be pretty close. Right there. And then we will subdivide this line and auto merge that. That way they're connected. And we do seem to have a bit sticking out here. So let's pull that out. Oh, we don't need you. Just hit C to pull up the circle. And then left click to get rid of that part. No. One up here-ish. And we can seal that up. Now we should be able to seal this up as well. There. Just like that. And now let's get the other part going. I'm going to click on those and then Shift D to duplicate. And then I'm going to hit P to separate them into their own thing. And clicking on these, I'm going to go ahead and put them all on the same plane with S, X, and then 0. And then we'll start putting them on the other side as well over here. So I'm going to click both of these, click on that one, and then shift click on this one, and I'm going to hit Control J to join them as a singular item. And now we can put this guy over here. And we can hide the front part, so we can focus on this. And we can subdivide here. This can merge, and then we can subdivide again to get that guy. And let's close this up. Unfortunately, there's just going to be a seam here when we print it out that we're going to have to deal with, but that happens. Can't print the whole thing as one big piece. And we'll fill this in. And we'll take this shape all the way back here. And back further around here. Now let's subdivide here. So just bring it past there with the extrude and Z. And then let's bring it as close as we can like before. Hit period to zoom in on that. And really close. And it's about as close as we're going to get. And then auto merge. Those two snapping together. Ah, this one doesn't have a point. Can we just drag this down to intercept along this line? Oh, there's two. Why two vertices? Oh, I think because this is on a diagonal, it went a little further. Okay, well, alright then. We'll just subdivide both of these. Put this guy with, was it Shift V? So we can move along this edge. I think that's pretty close. And then we'll take the other one and pull it back along the x-axis. There it is. And we'll plop that right on there to auto merge those together. And now we got this face going. And you know what? I think we're just going to copy and paste or duplicate from the original. So let's go open that guy back up and we'll collect this. So this has already got the merge we want. Collect these and then Shift D to duplicate. Then we'll bring it back here and then we'll hit P, separate selection. And we can hide that back up. We don't really need to. Control Z to undo. Then we'll take this one, shift click on both of those and then Control J to join them back up. And then we'll hit one of those and then hit L to select all, and then we'll right click on vertice mode and hit mirror vertices, and we'll go along the global X. And with one of these endpoints, we'll grab, push along the x-axis again, and snap that right on there. We're going to have to do this a couple times here, but that's no big deal. Oops. Back, let's see. Actually, we'll take these and extrude and go straight down. Let's grab this guy as our active and put it right here like so. And this should actually go straight down, shouldn't it? So we're going to take these and hit S for scale, Z, and then on the numpad 0 to put them all on the same plane. And we'll take this right down here. And we're going to subdivide this line. Let's go to X-ray mode and take that new vertex, and we're going to line it up with this guy on the X and the Z, and then for the Z we'll go down here. So that should be a fairly flat face. Let's check on that. Yeah, it's a nice plane. Alright. So we got that, and let's go ahead and close this face up by clicking this guy, dragging him over here along the Y. Let's get one of these, and then we'll close this, F, and close this with F, and then these 3, 4, close that, and then this should also be closed. Alright, now we got our rail that I wanted. And now we can finally start, oh, actually, let's go ahead and close this up too. That should be everything that we want, nothing we don't. Okay. Alright, and there's our rail. Stops right there. I guess we don't really need this anymore. How do I want to attach it now? Because it looks like this scope only attaches like to the top of this. Because it looks like it has another layer over here. I think what I'm going to do, let's see how large this is first. Let's actually put this back over here, only X, and then we will take these, without that, we'll just extrude on Y. Should be fine, and we'll just close that up like so. Then we have the main front and main rear, and their rail should line up just fine. Now I'm thinking the scope will attach to this via some magnets, but that's kind of a big heavy scope, so we're gonna need more than a few magnets. It does have this thing going on, and this might actually stick in here. Because before I did put these little rail bits in here, so a scope could be put in there and it would attach a lot more securely, which might be what we do instead of just magnets. Let's see how we would squeeze. Would it be able to fit in there though? If it slid in through the back onto those rails. I think we could make it. I think we could make it. Okay, so for those rails I'm referring to, take these two, I'm gonna subdivide, say twice. I'd like to shrink this up a bit, say 4 millimeters or so. Actually, that would be different from both these. Alright, 3 millimeters for there. How much is that? Let me check the calipers. It's not a ton. It's not a ton for such a heavy scope. I wonder if that would be enough. Let's try 4 millimeters. I'm looking at up front. Like that. And then we will try to click on these edges. And we'll get rid of those. And then we'll take this in just a bit. Say along the Y, 2 millimeters. Does not give us a ton of wiggle room. Checking the calipers again to give me an idea of what that looks like. I'd like to go more, but then this area will be kind of weak. So we can go a bit lower. A Control Z on those. We can put it a bit lower. Don't want it too close to that rail. And then millimeters, and then we'll get rid of these edges again. And we'll extrude back a little bit. About 2.5. They'll still give us something over here. Okay. Alright, and let's click on these. And is this double face? Double edge? No? Okay. And we'll make that a face. And we'll do the same over here. And there's our rails. Oh, missing a face in here. And then I'm going to put that on the front part of the scope, so when you put it in, you'll slide it in from the back and it'll stick on those rails plus these magnets. That should help keep it from moving around too much. And you know what? Just to hide this a little bit, we can get rid of that. We'll take this and then we'll put it all on the same plane with scale X 0 on the numpad. And how long is this? That seems like plenty of room. So we can actually get rid of this internal, what will be internal geometry. But you do this and this. That way it's only really present where it needs to be, and you won't be able to see it from the front. Be invisible. Alright. Hey, that makes me a little more confident in how we're going to keep this scope from moving around. So, having done that, we can even start from here. Now that we have that going, let's actually start with this one since it's not diagonal. We want these bits. And we will Shift D. And we will drag it over here. And we want 0.5 millimeters of room between parts. That way they can fit nice and snugly together. So I'm going to take this in and take it to just 2. And then we need to take away 0.5 from this one as well. So we will scale Z, and then what would that be? 0.35. 35 total. Okay, so now these two parts should slide together quite easily. And see how far that would need to go. For here, snap that on, and then take away 0.5. Actually, we can take away a bit more. We'll say 22 millimeters. And this will basically be our scope with attachment rails here. And I want some more body. I can't just have these rails sticking out weirdly like this. Alright, I'm going to think on this and have some lunch and take a little break. So we'll be back in a moment. Let's get back on the Hot-Shot Lasgun and starting off with this scope. Alright, so I thought about it and I'd like to put a couple of magnets here, maybe 2 on each side. So in order to get that going, we're going to need to make a little bit of room over here. Wonder if this is going to affect anything. It doesn't seem like it, so we're going to push this over here a bit. So we're going to need this space. And let's see, where do we want these magnets? I'm going to use Shift and right click to get our cursor over here. And then we're going to hit Shift A and get a circle. And this needs to be 9.5 divided by 2. Because that's 9 is about the size of the magnets, and since this is radius, we're going to divide by 2. So we got a circle with a radius of 4.75 here. So this will be it's really big. Am I sure? Yep, 9.5. I wonder if I could just merge this right into here just to clean up this area. Let's hide that for a moment with H, and then we'll grab this and just auto merge it over there. And guess we can put this right around here. Let's just stick it right in the middle. Subdivide that. Click on that L, and then since that's our active, we'll move along the y-axis, and then we'll Shift D to duplicate, and then we'll grab and move along the X with G and then X. We'll just put that right here, and we'll need to redo this face. We'll put this like this. Attach these edges. Don't need this anymore, so we'll right click on that one and dissolve vertice just to erase it from that without affecting this edge. And let's grab these. You know what, let's do edge vertices first, and then we'll get rid of that edge. and then go into edge mode, C, and then shift click on these two, and then hit F to pick a face right in there. And then we will go back to vertices mode and alt click and then alt shift click to collect these. And go back into edge and get rid of this in our selection, and then hit F. Now we got those faces back. And we won't need these anymore. And we will take these, not that, and then we'll extrude downward 3 millimeters. Oop, got snap on, let's turn that off. 3 millimeters, because that's about the width of our magnets. And I actually want them to stick out just a little bit, I think. You know what? 3 millimeters. We'll just keep it there. Can make adjustments later if need be. And then F to fill those. And so we have those magnets. And we want our scope to also have those. So I'm going to shift D on those and then hit P to select and then separate into their own object. So we're going to have this scope, this part coming out kind of wide. That way it sits right on top of our magnets here. So this will be a substantial scope. Okay, to that end, we'll also need some of this. So I guess we'll take this area and shift D to duplicate, and then making sure it's on the median, we'll shrink it down by 0.5. I actually want this one to be away, so we'll hit P and separate it into its own object. These will actually be together. This is the circles that we duplicated, and we'll hit Control J to join them up. And then just like the other one, we'll give this a 3 millimeter recess as well. And we can close those up with F. And these aren't connected as of yet. Actually, I don't think this is even a face yet. Okay, that works. We'll do the same thing we did with the other one over here. And then we'll collect all these. And get rid of those. And then F, and then we'll hit Alt left click and then Alt shift click, and then we'll go into edge mode, get rid of that, and that should be about there. Now we want this part to be flush with this, so we have to give it about 0.5 millimeters of room. So we're going to take this edge and move it across the Y to 13. Around there, and I guess we could do the same over here, moving it the other way. 12.5. Okay, and then I think we have to move it upwards because we're going to need it to slide up in here because of this rail, which means it's going to need some wiggle room. So we will push it up here, like so. And, is that going to be enough? Still got these rails to deal with. Let's go ahead and get those rails. And actually, yeah, P, selection, separate those. So we got our rails, then we got the rest of the scope. That is not the rest of the scope. There, those rails, and then we will Control J, slap those together. We'll call this the scope, just for clarity. Alright, so now that we have that, we can give this a bit more body. We'll need at least 0.5, right? Because these two are the same. Oh no. That, yeah, 0.5. So we will stretch this out to another 0.5 to 0.5. Just like that. That way it can slide in here, and then we can give it a bit more substance. So it's not just the rails sitting there. And we don't really have a reference for what this is supposed to look like. But there is a lot of room in there, so it doesn't connect to anything. We'll just give it a bit more height, let's say 4 millimeters, and then we'll just go over to the center along the Y. Oh, let's get snap back on and snap it over here. And get rid of X-ray view. And we can do the same with this. We'll go ahead and grab across the Y, snap it on that. And I'm wondering if we should have it ride really close to this, or should there be some room? I think some body will be needed, but I don't want it to rub too harshly or anything, because it'll scratch the paint. So we're gonna extrude over here and use that as a snapping point. So we got this, and let's go ahead and just turn that into a face. So now this bit should be able to slide right in here. When you set the scope down like this, so it needs some more room because we're clipping over there. So I'm thinking we can move the magnets a bit forward. So let's take, I collected the front and also our scope parts, and we went in edit mode with both of those. And I'm going to hit C to get our circle, our selection circle, and now we're going to grab all those and then move them forward. Oop. Actually, I still have these selected, so get rid of that. Then move this forward. And 12.7 millimeters. I'm going to check on the calipers how wide that is. Not very wide at all. But if this is tight, this means the scope isn't going to be as substantial. So hopefully these magnets will be enough to hold it in place. But we move those forward. Now let's see if we can slide this in. Let's get X-ray off. Actually, now that we did slide those over, we can push this even more forward. That's even smaller. Now that gives us a lot more room. Now let's see. It still seems like it's gonna bump. So what we could do is just shorten this by a little bit. So let's take these and then push it inward a bit. Let's see if that can get us off of there. Let's get rid of X-ray mode. Yeah, that should do it. As long as nothing else is bumping. Okay. And since that's been pulled back, let's go ahead and pull back this bit of housing here. I'm just going to click on this face and then push it back to here and then give it maybe 1 millimeter room. Where is it? 2, so let's go here. Should be plenty of room. Okay, alright. Now that the magnets are taken care of, still a little worried that it'll bump into it. And we won't know for sure until it's printed out, but until then, let's just go up and then back. Now we're trying to follow this shape here, but as if it was pushed forward a bit. Maybe we can even do something like this. So this part's still holding on to the rail until it gets up here. Now we have something else going on. I don't know what that is attached to, if it's behind it or in front of it or just straight down from it. It's difficult to say. But if I can't find an example, we can just kind of intuit based on what would be most structurally stable for our particular prop. So I'm going to divide this in half, subdivide that, and then Shift V and take it up a little bit so it's on top of this point. And maybe we should link it up with this bit over here, so I'm going to extrude that just to see where it is. I'm going to take that, Shift V, slide that, and try to align that best we can with that point. I don't think we need to do anything with that just yet. Let's keep making the general shape that we're after here. So, guess we can start on this part. And I'll subdivide that and drag that out because it seems slightly, ever so slightly rounded. And then we'll take it back. And then up. And then, I'll go forward from here. Oops. And then, I guess we can start heading back down. Let's take snap off. Around here, see where we are. So we can attach that if we want to, but this whole plate is like on the outside, I think. So let's get that, make that into a face. Don't worry about that right now. Let's get this with Alt click and then Alt Shift click and then F. Create that into a face, and let's seems to have 3 bits here and maybe a bolt or something. Let's hide that with H. Maybe some rivets perhaps. 2 of them. So let's control, shift control, no, shift right click, what am I saying? Let's go back into edit, let's say, you know what, let's do a knife project. So shift A, we're going to make a mesh circle, rotate along the x-axis 90 degrees, scale it to what we need. And we need another one over here, a bit smaller, and these 2 should be the same object. Let's hide that, click, shift click, control J to join them up, and then let's get the scope back, and then with the scope selected, go into edit mode, and then we'll go into, hopefully that's them, circles, yeah. And then we will, you know what? I think we gotta pull this out just a little bit first. And then we will go into edit mode and get our circles with control click. And then this view, we'll use mesh, knife project to get our circles on there. You know, actually we can get all of those parts on there, can't we? So let's go into circle edit, and then with this selected, we will shift right click to get our cursor over there, and we will make some more circles, rotating along the x-axis, and then shrink this down because we're going to make these little vent guys here. Let's get rid of the edges, edge lengths, and then we'll take this, delete those. Let's shift D to duplicate, then we're going to rotate around 180 degrees, then we're going to get G and Z to drag it down. I feel like they're still a bit thin. Let's try that again, and then we will connect these two like so. Then we will do the same over here, and once more over here with Shift D to duplicate, and then G, Z to drag these down. It's about there-ish. Okay, and let's grab these and pull them back a bit. Okay, so now we'll go into this one, edit mode, grab our circles with control click, and now we'll do knife project. And now we got all our shapes on there. So we don't need these guys anymore. I'm going to hide them just in case we need it for later. And I feel like these stick out just a little bit. So I'm actually going to grab this whole side and pull it out just a wee bit. That way these can go inward. I'm going to extrude, and then along the Y, and let's get snap back on. Put them around here. That way they have that kind of indentation. And then these seem like rivets. So what I'm going to do for these is grab both of them, extrude back a little bit, and then we'll go into edge mode, and then I'm going to bevel these edges, and then make them kind of like that. I actually want them a bit rounder. So let's go to individual origins and then scale down, and then bevel, so that they're a bit more rivety. It's a little more like what I wanted. I feel like maybe taking them out just a bit and then doing this will give them a bit more body. Yeah. I think that'll do it. And then I wanted to bevel these because it looks like it's kind of smooth in the picture. That's why I wanted to push the insides inward just a bit. Ooh. This one is going to interfere. Let's get rid of this edge. We'll put this face over here, and this face. Get rid of these. Huh? These aren't connected. Interesting. Subdivide. Let's bring this over here. Auto merge. And then we'll select these guys with Alt click and then Alt Shift click, and then go ahead and fill that in. Then we'll try beveling once more. See if that's a little cleaner. these guys. Alright, let's see. Yeah, much better, much better. Oh, now they have that kind of smoothness to them, and they kind of stick out just a little ways. I want to bevel this too. I'll actually save beveling that part until later, until we figure out all this stuff. Because beveling's kind of hard to undo once you do it. But yeah, I'm liking the rivets and everything. Let's see. That's all the decoration, really. Okay, so for the scope, looks like we need to go up, but this is probably more inward. Does it touch here? Yeah, it probably does. So let's subdivide. Yeah, because it doesn't touch this part. So let's subdivide here. And then we can take this up like so along the z-axis, and then we'll shrink that or scale it down along the x. I feel like this is probably rounded, but we will worry about that in a minute. And what do we want to do with this still? So these are probably cylindrical, I would imagine. How is that looking? These are genuinely... But that's kind of a harsh angle. I mean, how are you supposed to put your eye to that, though? Of course he wouldn't, because he has his helmet on, so... Interesting. But, okay. 40k. Let's see. What we want is to get into the center over here. So let's snap here. We'll use F3 to cursor to active. 3 and then cursor to active will get us ourselves a circle. Rotate along the y-axis 90 degrees. And it's actually lower by a fair bit. It's X-ray out here. This is interesting. I don't really like that at all. Like, why would it get so narrow and then expand outward only on one side? Because this is basically a straight tube. This is also basically a tube. This also tube. But you have tube and then expanding upward. I don't like that. I don't know why that is like that. So I'm just going to create more of a standard scope. So we're going to go around here, and then let's extrude to expand, make that eye cup, take it back a little bit, and expand, extrude. And we're going to go back, and we're going to extrude some more, and extrude a bit inward. And then we're just going to make this little lip. That way if I put a lens in here, it'll rest on that, and we can glue it along there. And then the rest will just come out here, I guess, for now. But that's a little awkward, to say the least. So we're going to expand about here, and those two fuse together. Let's bevel this. Just one. And we'll probably have some pipe that can fit in there to connect the scope with itself to reinforce that area. And this will definitely be beveled because this will be where you press your eye, so we definitely want this to be rounded. Bevel, bevel, bevel. Nice and round for us. And maybe we'll expand this a bit with S. And let's see how wide this is. With edge lengths 15.9. I'm going to check my whole diameter sheet. See what might fit. None of my pipes might actually fit. This is actually much smaller than anticipated. Even my half inch has to be 22.1 millimeters. What is that? That could potentially do it. So let's take these two and then widen them a bit, and then we'll widen this individually to try to get up to, what was it? 22.1. 22.1. Oof. We're getting very little of that going in there. But we could get a piece of pipe going. The scale for this item seems very awkward to me right now. But let us proceed. I'm going to get rid of that actually. Then extrude, and we'll snap up here, and then we'll collect all these, and then get rid of that and do a bridge edge loop. So that part will slide over the pipe, giving us at least something. And since that's going to be the thinnest we're going to get with this pipe, we will go ahead and do a knife project using this. So let's actually put this in its separate place. So I clicked on a vertice or an edge or whatever, and then hit L and then P to separate that into its own thing. So now I'm going to knife project in here to make sure we can get a pipe going through. It's going to be kind of a snug fit. Is that alright? Have this in edit mode, and then control left click on our circle, and then we'll go into mesh, knife project, and cut through. So now we have our circle on both sides, and we won't need this for now. Actually, we could use that for the other end, because this will be a pipe that gets threaded through here. Let's get rid of both of these actually, and also this, and then we can bridge these edge loops, not these guys, and then right click, bridge edge loop, and that way our pipe should fit right in there. Be a little snug, but it should be okay. You know, we could pull these out just to give it a little more working room. Thicken these braces a bit. And it'll still have this diagonal-like angle going that they seem to like. And since that'll be pipe, this will be the entrance of the new pipe. And we'll use this for the front of the scope. So let's glance at our references here. So it's basically just kind of straight out, and then with the diagonal cut, just like this barrel. It looks like it flares with a bit too. So we can definitely do that. Let's say we'll go out a little bit and then forward a little bit. And then extruding again, out and forward. Actually, you know what? We'll extrude from here and then bevel later, like this. Let's get rid of edge links. And then we can even go wider. More like that thickness, and then we'll go forward. Out here. Then we'll go inward. And we'll also give an area a lip for our lens to rest on in here. Whoops. Wait. Had it. Yeah. Okay, extrude inward. And we'll extrude scale down a bit. And actually, let's bring this up. Up. And we'll snap. So these are on the same level, and we'll just merge these together. Like that. They're not auto-merging. I think that got it. Yeah. Yeah, that should be good. Actually, wait. Because we still want to get that diagonal cut in here. And it's a bit severe, so let's say we pull this all the way back here. This lip back here. That way we can get a nice diagonal. Let's shift right click to get that going. We'll we'll enter object mode with tab, and then shift A, pull up a plane. I'll shrink it down, maybe 50 millimeters. I'll get this angle rotating and size it up. Let's pull it back here. Whoops. Snap. Okay, I didn't want to copy anything. We'll pull it back along the Y. And then we'll get the front scope again. And then we'll go in edit mode, control click on our cutting object. We'll go into mesh, knife project, and then we got through. So we'll get rid of that, hide that. Then we'll get rid of this front section here. That's been cut. Except for that point, I guess. And maybe these points as well. And we still got a little straggler in there. Let's get rid of him. And we can bridge these edge loops. And that should be that, more or less. We can bring the lens lip a bit more forward. As you can see it protruding here. We're not going to have that because I don't have any like convex lenses like that. We're just going to have a flat piece of plastic, if anything at all, right in there, and we'll draw on some crosshairs or something. But let's round this out by beveling. Oop. There we go. We'll bevel those edges like so. So that looks a bit more organic, a little more comfortable. We will do the same over here, just a little bit. Maybe something like that. And so that piece that goes in between there will just be a piece of PVC pipe, and we'll thread those two on the ends of that piece. And that should be about that. Now we gotta think about connecting it to this rail here. So I'm going to hide this. I'm going to call this, let's say, scope front. And then we'll call this scope rear. Scope rear. And then we'll call this scope center. Okay, okay. So we need this to be able to fit. Oh, got snap on again in here. So it has to. Let's parent these together. Control P, parent to object. Control P, parent to object. Just so when we move this around, all of them move together. So we need to be able to slide this in here without it bumping into the back there. And I think this is in fact enough room for that operation. So that should be okay. Know what I should have done? Should have kept some circles available for us. Let's duplicate this, bring it out here, and P, separate. And then we'll join it to this one with Control J, just so we can see that we do have a bit of opening here that we need to keep clear. So what I'm going to do is take these, and we're going to take I'm going to pull these edges to the center. The center. Oh, let's get snap on and go towards the Y. So we got that. And then we can maybe, well, we're still working on this piece here. Okay, we'll wait on that for now. Let's figure out how I want to stick this together. Oh. So that's all we should need. So we could just knife project. Let's shift click duplicate, shift duplicate, shift D to duplicate at this edge here, and then we'll make it its own selection. And then with this guy active, we'll try to control grab this. Doesn't want to let me right now, so we're just hit it over here with control click, and then we'll do a knife project and cut all the way through our railing system there. And this way we should be able to attach it pretty easily by just creating a face. Are those on the same? If they're not, they are very close. Let's put it there anyway. So I got that guy active, and I'm gonna hit G, Z, and then GX, putting it right on the same edge, just like this, and then hitting F to connect them. And then this actually, I think, needs to be pulled back a little bit, because it might run into this forward piece here. So actually Control Z to undo that knife project. We were not ready for that just yet. Let's see where you are. Let's pull this back. Yeah, so we're going to get rid of that, because it's going to change here. Oops. So now we have a bit more room. Let's see if that's at least 0.5 millimeters. Let's go into edge links. Which is that? Yeah, that's plenty. That's plenty. Alright, let's do that again. At edge, Shift D to duplicate, bring it out a bit, P, select separate, and then with this guy edit, and this guy control click, and then we can now go into mesh, knife project, and do that this way. This way everything's clean, everything's on the same plane. And are these guys... I think this guy... I forget if we actually did that yet. But we're going to put that on the same plane by using GX and then GZ on this vertice. That way it lines up really nice. I'm going to click on all these, and that should be a face. Whoop. Probably because this. No, that should be a face. Okay, let's hide this so we can focus a bit more on you. Okay, that should actually be fine. We can close these guys up now. So we got that just kind of sticking out. There's the rail that it's sitting on. How high does that come up? Let me see. We don't need that line. It's the main front. And it's sitting like right snugly on top of it. Right, so all we can really do is go back. And it's actually clipping a bit here. So this actually needs to be widened. Guess we're getting rid of this edge. Shrink that back. I think this needs to come out a bit and extrude and go along the Y, stick it out. Then I think we can just turn this into a face. Am I hitting something over there? Yeah. Don't need those. This one. This one. Now they shouldn't be clipping, right? Got that room. Yeah. Yeah, alright, that's good. Okay, from that, now we can close up this bottom bit. And what is this for? What are you doing? That's connected to nothing, so let's go ahead and dissolve that vertice. And we should be able to clean this up. Can we just go across along the Y, and then close that up like so? It's kind of awkward. I kind of want that to ride on that bit there. Let's get the front back in the picture. Not this, not this. And probably not this either. So let's subdivide this guy, bring it up with Shift V, and then we'll put it right on top, or close to it. want it to be about the same level as those vertices over there, so let's extrude along the X, along here, and then we'll Control V to get that as close to it as possible, and that seems about right. Alright, we'll get rid of that. And now we'll close these up. Some nice straight lines. Let's get rid of the back here. And now we should be able to just go across the Y, seal this up, and I guess seal this up too. Unless there's anything interesting going on back here. I don't think there is. Well, we'll just grab these, extrude Y, and then we'll put faces on these openings, and that should be all closed up. Let's check this area out, make sure there's nothing weird going on. It looks okay. Hit A, select all, and Shift N to recalculate the normals. But now I want to bevel this, which I don't think we're going to be able to do too well, because it'll be kind of awkward. Actually, well, yeah, it's doing some weirdness there. I don't know if I want to mess too much with that, but we got a lot of it. There seems to be more going on here, but I don't think we're going to worry about that. Doesn't seem to be all that valuable. I mean, what is this? So it looks like it goes here, and then maybe it curves forward? Why would it do that? Let's look over here. Seems like it rests right into the brace. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about that. Let's go ahead and knife project this then. Let's go to P, selection, and we'll go into edit mode with that one, and then we'll control click on that, get the front or back angle, knife project, cut all the way through. We can hide that. Now we have this area that our pipe will rest in. Just like that. Let's hide that. Hide that, just so we can get a clearer view. And we got some interesting geometry here. Where's that going? I think we can actually get rid of all of this, except for that one, maybe this one. And then we'll take all of these. I don't want this one, or this one, or this one. Go in edge mode, get rid of that. Anything that's going to get in the way. And I think that's it. And then right click, bridge edge loops. And that's where our piece of pipe will be able to slide into. And we'll just glue that in, so we won't worry about magnets or nothing. Okay, I still wanted to bevel these, because I don't like these sharp, pointy bits, so let's do that. And maybe a little bevel here as well. And maybe here too. Maybe just a wee bit here, and we can't do much about that right now. Let's bevel. A little roundness to everybody. Just to get rid of some of the sharper angles. You know what? I'll do these separately. Separately to these other bits. I'll also bevel this as well. And this, why not? Let's make it a little smoother, a little rounder. A little more comfortable to handle. And we'll bevel these. Actually, don't bevel that one. Oop. Let's get these as well. Round that out a bit more. Then I also wanted to... but we did that one. Let's undo that, actually. Control Z, Control Z. Rid of that. Bevel that. Should be okay. And then do some more severe bevels over here. Oh, forgot those again. And let's get this entire edge. All these guys. And then we'll go ahead and bevel this as well. Oop. Having some issue here. Let's drag this guy upward a bit. And try that again. Let's get rid of edge links. And let's do it some more. Yeah, that seems okay. Get rid of the sharpness. Maybe we'll do some over here too. A little more bevel. A little bevel ain't never hurt nobody. Let's get that. Not too much, just so it's not a sharp corner. And then this one I would like to bevel, but I don't know if I want to go through all the hassle of that. Oh, don't need that. Don't need that. Get rid of any selection over there. And let's see what can be done. Is it worth it? Damn, I'm not gonna worry about it, to be honest. Seems fine. Alright, so main front, main rear. Where's our barrel? It's a circle. And that's a lot of it. We'll work on some details in a little bit. I'm going to take a break. Alright, back with the Hot-Shot. I did speak with my client and they did express an interest in having the magazine detached, so we're going to work on that today. Alright, so clicking on this one, this object in object mode, we're going to hit tab, go into edit mode, and we're going to have to shrink this a little bit. Well, let's see how I want to do this. So let's go ahead and collect these with C, and then in vertices mode, which is 1, we're going to draw all over those, and this, and this, and we're going to collect everything that makes up the magazine that we have so far. So that'll be these, and these. And let's get rid of X-ray mode, and this one as well. And I think that about does it. And we will Shift D to duplicate. And I guess we'll get rid of these. Actually, probably ought to put something in here. But anyway, let's go back into X-ray mode, and we will get all of this and all those, and yeah, that'll probably do it. And right click and then delete vertices on that. Okay, and get rid of these two. Next we're going to need an open space for this. And over here, okay, so in order for that to fit in there, we're going to need about 0.5 millimeters taken down from the edge. That would be over here. And just these we'll select on those. And then I'll do by grabbing and moving along the x-axis, we'll move in about 0.25. You know what? Let's make it 3 on this side. And we'll do the same over here to even it up. So let's circle click on these with C. And then we'll move those along the X once more. Let's see. So this is saying 0.5, so let's use that. We'll just put it right about here. That should give us the tiniest bit of wiggle room. And then we'll do the same thing to this outer wall here. So let's get all of these guys. And these as well. And just those, just the ones connected to the outer wall. And then we will move that in by along the y-axis, so I hit G and then Y, and then move about 2.5 millimeters. So that'll be 3 over here. Right? Is that where it was? So that's that doesn't really matter. So it should be about here. 4.75 on that one. And that's just so they can pull away from this inner wall here that does not currently exist. But we'll put that in there. Let's see about that. We'll take this one and extrude with E, head back up, head up, and then we'll fill that in with F. And we will take these, all those, and we will hit E with extrude, and with snap on up here. Here we'll just snap it along the Z-axis, just like that. And then we'll take this with Alt left click, and we'll collect these and this edge, and we already got that one, and this guy, and then we'll hit F to make that into a face, and then we'll give the whole thing a roof by shift left clicking on these edges here, and then we'll hit F again, and since it's mirrored, all that's being done over there. So next we also have to give this guy some more faces. Let's go into edge mode with 2, and then we will click on those, Let's click on these, and we'll hit extrude E to extrude, and then along the Z axis with Z, and then to even these up, we'll hit S, Z, and then 0 on the numpad. Okay, that didn't work as well as I wanted. Okay, from individual, let's go to median point, and then try that again. S for scale, Z, and then 0. There we go. So now we have this flat face. Let's go ahead and seal this up. Let's get these edges, shift left clicking. We gather these edges, and then we'll hit F to close that up, and then to give it a roof, we will collect these edges, shift left clicking again, and then hit F. Okay, so now we have that part that can go in and out of there. But that's not going to be enough, because we're going to need it to stay in there once it is. So we're going to need to make some magnets, or at least some slots for some magnets. But first, let's make this into its own object now, since it is separated. So I'm going to click on one of the vertices and hit L to select everything it's attached to. I'm going to hit P to get this menu and selection, separate selection. So now it's its own object. Oop. I guess we forgot those circles. Alright, that's no problem. Hit L on both of these, P, selection, and then we will shift left click on one of them, and then shift left click, and then control J at the same time to join them up. And these will be where those hoses come out here. And we don't know the dimensions of those yet, so we'll just see where this is about. Going in about so far there. Let's think, because we're going to need more than a few magnets for this one. I also want to seal this up a bit. How long is this? So let's take this and we'll extrude with E, and then along the x-axis, and with snap still up, we'll see just how long that is, 2.35, and I want to have at least 0.5 millimeters away from another object so they can slide together well. So we'll pull this back to 1.8 along the x-axis. That should be enough room. And then we'll subdivide here. This, and to line it up, I'm going to hit G, X. So it goes along the x-axis, and we'll snap it to this guy, so they're on the same plane, and then we'll just put a face in here. And I think we actually have to go up, actually. So I hit H on that object, the handle, and it looks like we're going to need to do something similarly up here. Take this in just a bit. So let's get rid of this edge, and we'll click on these, left click and then shift left click. We'll subdivide here. We'll take this edge and then line it up along the x-axis with this with snap still on, so it pops right on top of that. And these two faces can now be closed, and these can also now be closed. But now we have that internal geometry here. I think it's just up here. Click on that and hit period to zoom right to it. And is that internal geometry? I think we just need to get rid of this. And I guess we don't really need that. It's not going to affect anything, but yeah, I think that's it. So I don't want internal geometry. It confuses 3D printers. So just to keep things clean and neat. Alright, so with this going about like this, let's see how far this actually goes in compared to you. I just move this around with G, hit G, and then moved it along the Z axis, so G, Z, so you can move it up and down. And then I'm gonna, with this clicked on, left clicked on, I'm gonna hit Shift and then left click on this as well. And then we'll go into Edit and then turn on X-ray mode up here. And we can see the recess for our magazine. It can go up a bit. That's weirdly close. Let's measure how far that is again. We will extrude, doing now, and hit G to grab, and then I'm gonna move it along the X just to see the distance here. That's not nearly enough. So we need 0.25, because if we have 0.25 on each side, that adds up to 0.5, and that should allow the parts to move snugly together, but that is not nearly enough room like I thought. So I'm gonna get these with C to get that circle selection, and these, and this, and we should have that wall. And now, since we still have these 2 points connected, we can see where that is. Need 2.5 millimeters worth of room. Could even have a little more just to give us some wiggle room here. So I'm going to put 0.3, and then we can get rid of this floating vertice. So that should be smoother. Let's just make sure, because if that one was off, others might be as well. So with one of these vertices selected, I'm going to hit E, G, and then X to move along the X-axis. Okay, I thought we were going to move along the X-axis. E, G, and then X. Okay, not sure why that was an issue, but alright. Alright, so that's already 0.25. So that should be okay. But that would be very, very close. So like the other one, I'm going to give it 0.3 instead of just 0.5. So I'm going to go ahead and collect these guys again. Because the magnets we place in here will probably stick out just a little bit, so that wiggle room might be necessary. Did I leave that? I did not leave that. So I'm going to create that. I'm going to hit E, G, G, and then move it, and then go along the X-axis. Leave that there this time. So we have that little measuring tool. Collect these guys again, and then we'll go back up to see where we are. And with all those selected, I'm hitting G and then X, and then just pulling back. I'm holding Shift to get a more accurate pull back so it doesn't shift as much. So with Shift held, I'm going to pull it back to 3, and then again we're going to delete that vertice by right clicking and hit delete vertice. Okay, so we have plenty of room up here, so we can drag the top of our magazine, or power cell, and put it right up here. But we want to give that room, so we're going to hit G, Z. You know what? I do like to put some decoration on top of the power cell, just to make it look a little more interesting. So there's this thing I usually like to do to make it almost like one of those D batteries. So with this edge selected and with the body, I just hid that with H. I'm going to subdivide this twice. And then I'm going to actually widen this a bit with those two selected. Median point on, I'm going to hit S for scale and just push them a little wider. And then I'm going to click on one of them, hit F3 and go cursor to active. Then I'm going to hit Shift A and then get us a circle. and then shrink that circle to 10. Let's see how that looks. Maybe a little smaller than 10. Around there. Actually, you know what? The magnets are going to be 9.5. Need a 9.5 sized hole. So let's get into another circle. Shift A, circle. And then since this is radius and the diameter is going to be 9.5, we'll divide by 2. And that'll give us the circle that we need. That's going to be for the magnet. And from there, we want this to protrude a little bit, so we'll just bring it up like so. And then we can extrude with E, and then we'll bring it out just a bit. And then we'll bring it down with E again, and then Z, and then E, and then S for scale. And then I'm going to bring it back up. I'm going to snap it to this first one, actually. And I'm going to extrude with E again. And then we're going to extrude and bring it back down. We'll snap it here. We don't need the circle, actually. Excuse me. With that one selected, right click and delete vertices. And that'll be one of them. Go ahead and get rid of this face for now. And I know the height of the magnet is going to be 3 millimeters, so I'm going to hit extrude, and then head with Z, I'm going to head down, and let's try to get a better angle so we can see the measurements a bit. Then keep going down until we have 3 millimeters. That should do it. And then I'm going to hit F to close up this face. And and I like to do a little something different with this one. So what I'm going to do is get these, since we already have them, and we'll go snap to median, and then shift D to duplicate, and then we'll pop it on here, just like that. So we have that starting point to work with, and we won't need that anymore. And this one we'll take and extrude like so. And then I like to make this one kind of smooth. So we'll go down to this level, and then scale, just to widen it, just to give it a little variation. Then I'll bevel. I'll try to click on this edge loop. In edge mode we have 2, or I hit 2 to get to from vertex to edge mode, and then Alt left click to get these guys, and then bevel, and rolling up on the mouse to give us a little more to bevel with. And that'll be the top of our power cell with these 2 batteries, and we'll make ports for the other side. But for now, let's just seal up this face. Actually, you know what? Since these are mirrored, yeah. Alright, so let's take these 2 opposite vertices here on these faces. You know what? Let's go this way. These are both. How are you both How are you both 3 millimeters? And it doesn't seem like they're even. But it's telling me it is. Alright, I'm gonna hit scale, Z, and then 0 to line them up. And we'll bring them down. This top, is that higher? These should be on the same level. With this one selected, let's get edge links off of there. And I'm gonna go back to snap to active, and I'm gonna G to grab, and then Z, and then I'm gonna indicate one of these. They should be on the same level. Collect those again, S, Z, 0, line those up, and let's open up our edge links again. Yeah, now they are, but Must have been a little off. Okay, they're all 3. So that's fine. So let's go back to what we were doing to divide them. Because this is a mirrored piece, and the circles we just made are not mirrored. So let's go ahead and, yeah, just hit F to get edges in between them. Actually, will this work? Individual origins, and then just hit F. No, it's going to want to connect all of them. Alright, so let's get rid of those. We'll just hit these with the F, collect them, but negate those with C, and then we'll hit another one over here. And then we'll get rid of these faces. And then we'll put new faces over here, but just on the half, because we're going to get rid of that other half. So I'm hitting a left click, Alt, left click, all these, and then C to get the circle select, and holding Shift to get rid of deselect these, hit F, and then I'm going to take this edge loop and this edge loop, and then this edge loop and this one, and then I'm going to hit right click, delete vertices, and then I'm going to hit this one and hit L, and then do the same over here, L, right click, delete vertices, since it's already mirrored. We won't need those. Alright, so Alt left click there, Alt left click, Alt left click, Alt shift left click I should say, Alt left click and then Alt left click and then Alt shift left click to add these to the selection, and then hit F to seal that up. So now our face is a little more interesting. Things are a little weird in there, so I'm going to hit with everything selected, hitting A to select everything, Shift N to recalculate normals, and that's as well as we're going to do for that. So I also want to round these edges before I forget. You know what, let's leave beveling till last, because it can be difficult to undo. So, alright, now we can bring back the other part. Which one was it? Main, rear, I think it is? Yeah. Alright, with those two selected, clicked on one and then shift clicked on the other, we go into edit mode so we can see the lines. We still got X-ray going. Now I'm going to collect all of them. And now with one of these top vertices, let's get rid of edge links for a minute. Well, with one of these top vertices selected, I'm going to hit G and then Z. Oop, let's get snap back on, active vertice. And then G, Z, and snap it up here. Then I'm going to pull it back down. This edge should do. Oh, let's turn edge links back on. And then pull it down by 0.5. We can do we can just set it at 4. That should be just fine. Okay, so that should be enough space to move it in and out of there. So now we're going to actually want to put some magnets in. And we'll probably need quite a few, because with the hoses, this is going to be kind of heavy. And I'm worried if the hose catches on anything while you're moving, it'll yank them right out. That would suck. So, let's see, where do I want to put these magnets? Definitely want those two up here, so I guess we can start with those. With both of these items selected again, we'll go into edit mode with tab. And then we can select these guys. Oop. Come on, there we go. And then we will shift D to duplicate. And then I'll just hit P to separate them into their own thing. And then we can get rid of the cell for now with H to hide it. And then we'll take this and then join it with this with Control J. So now it's part of that. And we'll just put it up here with all those selected. G, Z. We'll snap it right there. And we'll get rid of... I was thinking about knife projecting, but you know what? This might actually be a little faster. Let's just select everything up here. And then we'll just hit F. Oh. I mean, the other one did fine. Why are you connecting here? I'm gonna hit All, Shift, and recalculate normal, see if that did anything. Might have to just do it manually. F, yeah, it's still creating one over here. I'm not sure why. Oh, wait. Let's, select these, and I'm hitting F to put edges in between them. And yeah, alright. With those selected, I just hit F, and that created our face. So, I'm going to take all these now, go into edge mode, get rid of this edge, and then we're going to bring this up 3 millimeters to fit a new magnet set. That's 3. I'm going to hit F. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do this individually. Went back to vertices mode, C to get the selection circle, I hit F, C to get the selection circle, and hit F. Okay, those are those top magnets there, and I actually want these to stick out just a little bit to make sure they connect with the other ones. So we're going to take those and then actually pull them down. Maybe 2.9, let's say 2.8. Just to be on the safe side. We can always adjust once you print it, but I like to try to get as accurate as I can. Okay, let's, main rear, I think that's the power cell now, yeah. I'll just call you cell. And, okay, that's, I don't feel like that's gonna be enough magnetic strength. So this side is way too thin to support magnets, unfortunately, so we'll have to use this thicker side. And thinking either 2 or 4. Would there be any negative effect as to having them all here instead of spread out? Is what I'm pondering. I don't think so. I usually don't do this kind of pattern, but I haven't made this item before, so we're gonna try a little something new, I guess. Not really, but we can give it a shot, see what happens. Okay, so what we're gonna do is subdivide here twice, just as we did before, and with median point active up here with a pivot point. We're going to move these up and down a bit, spread those out just a bit, and then we'll extrude and bring it along the Y over here-ish. Yeah, let's get rid of this big face here. And, might need to move this face over, but let's see. With that vertice selected, we'll hit F3, cursor to active, and then Shift A to bring up a circle. And we already got the 4.75 size. And okay, so we're going to rotate along the Y, and then while holding Control, I'm going to get it to 90. And then we'll Shift D to duplicate, and we'll put another one right over here. And that's kind of close to the edge. And I kind of want to bevel that later, so I'm going to select both of these and bring them back along the Y a bit over, but then they're going to be really close to each other, which honestly shouldn't be that big an issue. Let's get rid of these guys now. These guys. And we'll bring this, just this edge over, just so it's not interfering. I guess we need to bring these over. Not necessary, but just for cleanliness, a little more cleanliness. We'll bring this guy over here. And let's go ahead and hide the other parts so we can see this a bit more clearly. And we'll select our circles and we'll take them in, extrude along the X to 3. Let's do 2.9, 2.8, 2.9. Let's just put that there. Hit F to fill in those faces, and then we will create the faces for this area as well. Don't really need these anymore. I'm going to right click and hit dissolve vertices, and then we'll create the face over here. Let's connect these two with F, and then I'll connect these two, and let's get rid of X-ray mode for a moment. These two, and then with all these selected, I'm holding shift and left clicking, and then actually need this, so I'm alt shift left clicking on these, and then whoop, I'm going to hit C to get our circle, and then hold shift to deselect these guys, and hit F to fill in that face, and then we'll alt left click on that, shift alt left click on that, and then we'll collect these. Then we'll go into edge mode, and we don't want these edges, or this one. And I think that's all we need. F, and that seals up that. So we got those magnets in place. And I guess now all we have to do is put them on the other part. So what we'll do is make these. Yeah, we can do that. And Shift D to duplicate. We'll hit P to separate the selection, and we'll get rid of this for now, hiding it. And then we'll bring back our main rear. Here, and now with these circles, with this guy selected, and oh, we need to move that over a bit, don't we? Can we just move that with no problem? I guess so. It's not interfering with anybody. So we can just move him along the X. Let's get rid of snap for a sec. Along the Y, actually. Just get that out of the way. And then with the main part selected, we'll go into edit mode with tab, and then we will control select. Oop. We did not get the item that we wanted. Okay, back here. Edit mode. What is this called? Probably cell 1, right? Let's control, left click on that. There we go. And while it's this facing, so the circles are facing the rear there, we'll get a mesh, knife project, and yeah, cut through the wrong place. Okay. Alright, let's try that again, but this time I think we'll hide all of this, selecting all of that, and then hitting H, and let's try that again. Okay, the selected, edit mode, and then control, left click, then with this facing, hopefully it will go into that wall, knife project, there we go. Okay. And to bring all that back, we'll hit hold Alt H to unhide everything. And then we don't need these guys, so I'll just delete those. And now with these, let's hit period to move us over here, and then we'll hit extrude, and then we'll make some recesses for these guys. Let's say 2.9. Okay, so now we have plenty of magnets. Hopefully that'll be enough. These are kind of awkwardly sticking over here, but what are you gonna do? I think that should be it for the magnets. Now, for the cell, I did want to bevel some bits. Now that that's basically done. These corners especially. And these, let's get all of those. Just all of them. All of them. This guy, these two. Ooh. This guy's kind of close. Not a problem over there, but I want you to move. Say, grab him with G and then move him along the X just to give us a little more bevel room. And then we will reselect all these edges that we want to bevel. Corners. I think that's it. So we'll right click and then bevel edges and then just round those out a smidge. Oop, that one's intercepting. Bevel edges, don't need much, just so it's not just a sharp point that you can rub on. That'll just be uncomfortable. So that should do. And grabbing and then moving along the Z. And that should slot in there pretty well. Oh, I think we forgot to bevel this area, 'cause it's hiding in here. So let's get that edge. Okay, I think that about does it. Alright, let's give that bevel a try again. Make sure there's no interference. I think that looks alright. Should be a lot more comfortable to handle anyway. I think that's it for the removable power cell. Now I did want to add some details like this bit, and there's also this thing going on back here. So that looks like the easier thing to cross off the list. So let's get main, front, back, and it's kind of hard to see what that is. I think it's like a protruding bar and a circle, maybe a bolt, maybe another rivet or something over here. Fairly plain item. So maybe we'll do this one first. Let's go over here, and I guess this is what like holds the handle in place, so we will put it around where that handle goes in and to keep the image there. So what I'm doing right now is holding shift and right clicking to move the cursor around, and we'll go into edit, and let's do a knife project. I'm going to shift A to get a circle. Have I already done a bolt? I can just got sort of up there, but that's like a different size. Never mind. With our circle, I'm going to rotate it along the x-axis 90 degrees. I'm going to pull it just a little bit away. And, that's probably fine. And we'll separate with P selection. And we're going to knife project. So with that clicked on, we're going to go into tab or edit mode. And trying to hit that, but that is not going to happen. So control left click. Oop. Control left click. Oh no, we have to go into edit mode with this selected and then control left click. There we go. Okay, hitting the Y, and then go into mesh, knife project. Now we have our circle on there, so we can get rid of that. Right click and delete. And then we'll bring this guy up a little bit, like so. And then we'll bring it in just a little bit with S and just moving in. And then with edge selected, we will bevel this edge to make our little rivety bit there. Alright, and now for the other thing. Are these basically the same? No, well, okay, let's do both of these. So, in object mode, I'm gonna go ahead and set our thing there with shift right click. Then I'm gonna go shift A to open this menu, open a plane. Let's do maybe 10 millimeters. Then we'll rotate along the X. 90. We'll shrink that down a bit. And then in edit mode with edge selected with 2, we will scale along the x-axis to bring that back, and this guy goes back a bit more, just like that. And let's get a circle going over here as well. Well, same operation, Shift A, open circle, and then with it selected, we're going to rotate with R along the X, 90 degrees. We'll shrink this guy. And I think these are kind of flatter objects, so we're going to scale this up a bit. Wait, actually I want to leave a little lip here, so I'm going to go with 1.5 millimeters, and then I'm going to extrude again. Give it another 1.5, but this time I'm going to shrink it down like this and flatten that out. And then we can bevel this edge here, and that'll be that shape. And then I just realized I'm not going to be able to really knife project that too well. So in the spirit of knife project, we'll go ahead and get rid of that. We'll do that in a moment. We'll take these, pull them out just a wee bit, and then we will click on that, go into edit mode, and then what are these called? Plane 2. Okay. Edit mode, we'll grab plane 2 with control, left click, and then we'll get on this orientation, mesh, knife project, and we got them in there. Won't need these anymore. Right click on them, delete, and then we can try this again. So extrude, bring it out, 1.5 it was here, and then we'll extrude again, 1.5 again, and then we'll shrink it down, and then we'll bevel. In edge mode, that's 2, bevel edge, that'll be, actually that's a bit much. Let's go back down around here. You know what, we'll just keep it that shape. And then this one, I think we'll inset a face here with right click, click inset face, and then just pull it in a little bit. And then we'll pull this out with G to grab it in face mode, that's 3. And then we'll pull it along the y-axis like so. And I kind of want to bevel all these edges here, so we'll collect all these, and then right click and bevel edges, just to make it a little more comfortable to have on there. And those are our little decorations. Match more or less what we're seeing over there. Alright, and next I wanted to do this bit. See if we can get that on there. This decorative brace, I guess. So we did change a little from that original design. I mean, we could put it just here. Let's first get our cursor over here, clicking on that edge, and then F3, cursor to active. And I think I want it a little higher, so I'm going to go to View, and then go to Z, and Shift, left click, and then drag it about there. Let's try 70. Yeah, it's a bit closer to where I want it right now. And we already got some nice lines here. I wonder if we can use those. Actually, I think we're going to have to make our own, but we can somewhat use them. Okay, in order to do that, I'm going to Shift A, and then open a plane. Then we'll rotate it along the X 90 degrees, and I'm going to bring it out. And I'm going to hit P and go ahead and separate this into its own object, so I can play around with this individually. And then have one edge we can stick over here. I'm going to turn on snap, hit G and X, so that's where that's going to be. And we'll take it in 1 millimeter. Oops. Turn off snap. Take it in 1 millimeter so it's not right in contact with this ridge here. And let's take this in. Let's turn on snap again, take it in along the y-axis here. And then we'll go up here and get that past it. And let me see, hide that. That goes straight down and then it hooks. So let's go straight down. Oop. In edit mode, actually, I just want these two. And I'm going to add another circle to create that curve. So Shift A, circle, R for rotate, X, 90 degrees, and we will snap it around here. Or, actually maybe here. Auto merged. Okay, Control Z. Then I'm going to hit this guy over here and then put it over here to create that curve. And then we're going to get rid of these. Or maybe, yeah, we'll get rid of those. Right click, delete vertices, maybe get rid of that one too. And then I'm going to go downward like so. Actually pass, because this is ours. That seems like a lot. Since it's not the same, I'm going to bring it down. I feel like it should be up here, and then kind of cover that too. Maybe it should be inward. Oh. Well, we'll see what that looks like. So with that, I'm going to go into edit mode with this one, and then control left click on that one, and we're going to try to do a knife project. This time cut through. See where those lines get us. This is also going to be a slight issue, but not really. It'll just be something we have to mess around with. So I'm going to hide that and get back over here. And what we're going to do is extrude here and snap it up there. And this will be, I don't think we need that then. And we'll create that face, or that edge, and we'll get rid of this. Right click and we'll get rid of this and this. Right. And then with these selected, we'll bump them up here. And let's create a face here. And with these selected, we'll bump them up here. Make this into a face. And let's click these guys. This is our new face. Create our new face here. How high is that? Is that too high? It's 1.83, so that's not a lot. And this looks almost flush with the blue, but I feel like it should be raised because it's over the blue. It should be. So I'll give it 1.5. So with that face selected, I hit G, Z, and then dragged it down to 1.5. And that'll give us an idea of where this needs to be. With those two selected, I'm going to hit G and then go along the Y axis. Let's get rid of snap for a second. And pull that out to 1.5 as well, just so we have a little protrusion. We'll extrude, get snap back on, G, Z, pop those up here, and then we'll select these guys, put face with F, and I think this is also face, face, and this also needs to be pulled out. So these guys can go out. Let's extrude 1.5 along the Y. Right there. And is that... yeah, alright, good. That creates its own hollow. And we won't need you. Well, let's get these guys connected up here. Face. Shift left clicking and face. And that's annoying, so I'm going to hide that. Face over here. Edges, face, face. And those are already good. And now we need to extrude these. All these, right? And E, extruding downward. 1.5. Like so. Alright, alright, alright. I think this actually needs to go over here now. And this as well. And with that, we're not going to need these. Hit period to get the camera to zoom in on that. And we'll get rid of this vertice. And that should help with any internal geometry. I'll close that face. Why is that diagonal? Maybe this needs to come out just a bit. Because this one's perfectly flat, it seems. But this one's a little awkward. So I'm going to subdivide this edge. Let's take that and hit hold Shift V and move it along here. And it's not on the same plane at all. Should it just be like this? I don't think so. Let's dissolve that vertice. My brain's not calculating things right. Maybe this shouldn't even be here. And maybe it should be more like this. Feels like that should be inward just a bit. Okay, so with that selected, we'll select these and push it in like so. As close as we can manage. Though, yeah, I think that's how that should look. Alright, so we're gonna select all these edges and bevel them now. So I like some rounded edges. This is kind of a mess over here, so let's just get rid of basically all of this. And just turn it into one big face. Oop. Have some internal geometry here. Get rid of that. Get this whole selection. We don't need you anymore. We don't need you guys. Dissolve those. Got these and just hit F. Let me get these. Holding Alt and Shift clicking to collect some of these edges. We don't want that. Went into edge mode and want that. Actually, we're probably going to need to bevel the entire thing just so everything's even at the same time. So for now, we'll just keep that as is. And it looks like there's some rivets going on over here, so let's try to get some of those in. One would probably be around here. That's going to be a little awkward, but not impossible. And then the other one up here. So let's right click, shift right click to get a thing over here, and then we'll get a circle. Now rotate 90 degrees along the X. We'll get rid of edge links for a minute. And we got that circle there. Make it a little smaller. Then we'll shift D to duplicate, and then we'll get another one over here-ish. And this isn't going to be perfect, but it'll be close enough. Let's get these two and then separate them with P selection, and then we will click on that, edit mode, and then pretty sure that's them. Yeah, control click on that, and then mesh, knife project, and we'll get our little circles. So let's get rid of these. And now we got our two circles. So we will extrude along the Y just a wee bit. And I'll move that around. I'll do this one first. And clicking on that edge loop, we'll bevel it. Get a little round rivet. And this one, we will move down along the Z-axis just a little bit, just to straighten that out, and then also bevel. Now we got our rivets on there. We got that gold trim we'll paint on there, and I think next we'll start doing the skull, but I'm going to take a little break and we will get back to it in a minute. Alright, and back to the Hot-Shot Lasgun. So I think we've taken care of most of the details. I think in this portion and we're just going to focus on the skull, and then after that we'll figure out how exactly we want to print it. So let's go ahead and look at this. I'm going to hit shift right click to put our cursor on this wall here on this item, and then I'm going to hide it because it's kind of in the way with H. And I kind of like this skull with these kind of narrowed eyes, so I think we'll stick with that emblem as opposed to, say, this one or this one. So let's go with that. And the first thing I'm going to probably do is create a circle. And then we will shrink that down to maybe 20 millimeters or so. It's still quite big. Let's try 10. It's a little more manageable. Okay, we're going to hit R to rotate along the X-axis, R and then X, and then I'm going to swing it up to 90 degrees. and then go into edit mode with tab, and then vertices mode with 1. And we're gonna start shaping this guy. I'm turning on what was it, proportional editing. Currently it's on smooth, and I'm gonna bring this down just a little bit. And I'm gonna bring these in with those two selected, and with our pivot point being median. I'm going to hit S for scale and then X to bring this in just a little bit. And we still have proportional editing on, so I'm rolling up with the mouse wheel to shrink the area that proportional editing is affecting. And we'll just try to make this shape in here. Then we can go into this part and then go out with the X. I hit G and then X, and we'll just bring this out a little bit. And then this part seems to go inward. And we'll just round that out. See if I actually want to mirror this. Let's go ahead and get rid of this side. And let's make sure these two are on the same plane. So I'm going to select those two. I'm going to hit S, X, and then actually we got to get rid of adaptive so it doesn't take in any of the other vertices. S, X, and then 0 to make sure it's on the same plane here. And then we'll go into tab to put it back into the object mode, and then we'll go to generate modifiers tab, which is over here. And then add modifier, generate, and then mirror. And now we got both of those sides going. I'd like to bevel this just a bit, just to add another little vertex here. And I think I'll bring this one down. And let me make this a little sharper. And maybe bring this in. And maybe this out. And then we can try to work on... Actually, you know what? Let's extrude here, just to thicken it up. Up and I hit E, and then go along the Y-axis to bring it out. And we'll actually get rid of that edge. And then on this top one here, we'll go in with extrude, and then we'll just position it over here, and then we'll start making those kind of narrowed eyes. Let's take off snap. And extruding with E. More or less. And maybe make a nose. So I'm going to go, I'm going to extrude and then G to grab, and then moving along the, let's put snap back on. And then G, X, so we can go along the X-axis, and I'm going to snap it to the midway, so we got this nice middle point here. I'm going to take it down a little bit. I'm going to remove snap, and then we can start making a nose that we can't really see, but we know the general shape. And we'll put snap on just to get this centered along the X-axis. And that'll be our nose. Can maybe mess around with that a little more. Maybe a little rounder here. The mirroring is kind of weird. Let's get rid of merge. Yeah, that'll do it. Now we can see it a little better. And we got jets flying overhead. Always a pleasure. Let's tone up these eyes just a bit. Turning snap off so I can play around in here. That's not bad. And I kind of want to add a brow. I feel like there's a bit of a brow in here. So what I'm going to do is take this edge, subdivide. Thank you. This will go down a little bit, and then we're going to extrude and create kind of a little mean brow over here. Let's grab this. I'm going to go on snap, and then we'll put that right in the middle. And I think I'll drag it down just a wee bit. Maybe this can come up. So we got a brow ridge. I'd like to make it a little meaner. Looks more cavemanish. That's about more what I was looking for. Okay, so now in order to ensure that that actually looks like something, we will take all of these and then we will extrude to put them on another little level. Let's see how long this is. We're going to edge links. It's about 1 millimeter, so that will show in our 3D print. Let's just put it at 1 millimeter. Oop. I'm going to grab all those, and then snap is still on. Grab all those and move along the y-axis and put it at 1 millimeter. What is this at? 2.7. Maybe make it flat 2. Well, actually, I kind of want it to be a little thicker. Let's go up to 3.5. Let me check on the calipers, see where that is. That is actually extremely thin. So instead, let's go ahead and increase this all by a bit. Let's say 6. Say a full 6 millimeters here, and that'll show regardless. But let's just give it 2 millimeters. No. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. Okay, so then we can seal up this as a face, and we can seal left clicking and then alt left clicking, and then once I have one alt left click, then I'm holding shift to add these to the left click, and then I'm going to hit C and then hold shift to get rid of these guys, and I think that's another face, and alt left clicking, alt shift left clicking, Control Z to undo, and then we'll get C over here and then hold shift to get rid of the vertices we do not want, and that's another face. And then I'm going to hit A for all, and then I'm going to hit shift and then N to recalculate those normals. And now we got a pretty cool looking skull in here. I wonder if we should give him cheekbones, or is that too much? I mean, this is so small, a lot of the details probably not even going to show, but I kind of want a bevel here, and here, and here, and all over the place. I don't want to bevel the nose. Let's see what that looks like. That's pretty cool. That ain't not bad. I think that'll do for the emblem. So now we can, I want to attach these wings so it's all one piece. They don't really look attached over here, but we'll go ahead and do that anyway. So over here, I think, you know what? We can expand from over there. Yeah, you know what? We're going to take this guy. We're just going to start extruding. Get our general shape going. Go along the x-axis out here, here, so. And that looks like it's on a different level, so we'll bring it down here. And then we'll go into there. How many levels is this? Maybe 2, with this one being the top layer, and then we have a layer below that, and then a layer below that. And we can like interchange them here. So in order to get this, I'm going to subdivide all these vertices here. And I'm going to do that twice. So we have our top layer and then our bottom layer. And actually maybe 3 times. So we have 3 different layers. They all have 1.5 millimeter thickness, so that should be plenty enough. Okay, with all that selected, let's go ahead and Shift D to duplicate. And then I'm going to grab it and go along the y-axis. Actually, we need snap back on. Go along the y-axis and snap that here. And we got auto merge on, so let's merge these vertices together already. And wait. You know what? We'll clean that up a little later. Actually, let's go ahead and grab those, and we'll grab these, and maybe those, and this one. Maybe not that one. Maybe not that one. And we will bevel, just to round that out a bit. Oh, didn't have X-ray on, so we'll grab those once again, and bevel. Just to round those corners out, make it a little more pleasing to the eye. And then from here we have 2 subdivisions. So we'll form a line there with F, and then in edge mode we will subdivide twice. And then, I think this is the next layer. So I'm going to take this and start forming this wing here, or feather. And that'll go in around here-ish. So we can subdivide there. Let's create that, an edge with F, and then go into edge mode. Okay, what did I do? Subdivide twice. Now this should fit right on this edge here. Boop. Alright. And then I think we actually need this edge. Shift D to duplicate, and then we'll put that over here. And that can be, and Control Z, just to select those back again, and we'll get these guys, and then we'll put a face on that. And then I think this will actually have to be the vertices, not the face. So we'll just grab it for now and go along the Y and put it under here, but X, and then get rid of the face, because this is going to be behind it. And we'll just grab these edge loops, these edges, and then we will bridge the edge loops. And so the next layer will be just under that, around here. Let's subdivide that. And then with Shift V, I'll slide this along that edge. And then I'll slide it along a little more. Okay, and then we'll extrude and start making this feather here. And then I think we'll subdivide over here to to make these two, and then we'll bridge those with F, and then bring that up with Shift V, and then we will subdivide this. How's that, 3 times? Yeah, that should do. Oh, wait, that should be below, right? Yeah, these shouldn't be on the same level. Okay, we're gonna take these, and then Shift D to duplicate, and we'll put them over here, behind it. Yeah, and then get rid of this. X to delete vertices, and then we'll start adding, no, actually, not those faces. Let's bridge these two in vertices mode with F, and then we'll subdivide this twice. And then we will start constructing some faces by attaching these together, then clicking on all these, and then that'll be our next layer there. Ooh, that is hideous. Let's see. I'm going to select all those with X-ray mode on, and then I'm going to, these aren't bridged, so this should be fine. Smooth vertices, and we'll do a couple iterations of that. And then let's go ahead and smooth these too. A2. Alright. So we can probably put a face on this. Selecting these, but getting rid of these. Just that top layer there. So we can see what we're working with. Now we have that. Let's hit A and then Shift N to recalculate our normals, and that's coming. That's coming. Going back, knocking out X-ray mode, and we can actually fill these faces in. Clicking on all these edges here, and then bridging edge loops. And this can be bridged, and this can be bridged. And these can also, can they? I believe so. I don't think we're going to need these. So I'm going to select Alt left click and then Shift Alt left click to get these edges, and I think that's fine. Then right click to bridge edge loops, fills all those in for us. And we're going to have some internal geometry to clear up in there, but that is for later. And I like to bevel this a bit, just a little bit. And then let's try to go for our next wing. So the next wing I think is going to be like this upper layer as opposed to this. So it gives a little more definition. So yeah, we can do this around here. Let's go ahead and make another one. We're going to subdivide over here. Grab these two. It's kind of close to this one. Shift V to slide it along that edge. And then with both those selected, I'm going to hit E. And we're going to extrude to create this general shape. And then we'll connect it to some in here. Subdivide these. And then we'll take our newly subdivided parts and hit F in vertices mode, then go into edge mode with 2, then subdivide twice, and we should be able to make this attachment here, or maybe just the edges for now. in vertice mode. And then this all will be extruded with E, and then we'll attach it up here. And that can be a face. So now we got these layers going. I think that doesn't look too bad. And we can close up these faces here as we go. And we can start closing these faces as well. Just click on these. We're going to need some more over here. Actually, I think all we need is this one. And then along the Y, we'll click on these, put F for face. And then we'll bridge these edge loops as well. And then we'll need these guys duplicated, placed over here. And then we'll take these edges and bridge edge loops, and we'll just manually fill that one in. So it's looking alright. Get this one, and this one, and I think we have one more really small feather to work on. And so that one comes out in between these two. So we got these vertices, F to form a line between them, going into edge mode, and then we'll do one more feather. And we'll go back up here, we'll subdivide this guy, and get this edge in there, and then we'll subdivide 3 times, and then we'll slide it up with Shift V. It's not wanting to go up there. Okay. So alright, I'll just manually put it there. This seems off. Seems I subdivided a few too many times. Subdivide twice, right? And maybe now it'll slide? Nope, still doesn't want to. Okay. It's fine, it's fine. And let's just merge this. Well, actually, by vertices. Boop, boop. Okay. Okay, and we can just have some edges here, here. Do we need to subdivide? Subdivide. Oh, I don't think we needed that one, just these two. Because these are points. Let's align those real quick. X-ray mode. And I'll hit G and then Z. And then G and then X to line them up without messing around too much. And now I'll just fill, those in. Turn off X-ray mode. Filling them in. We can fill this in. Let's get rid of that. Fill in that, and then this. Wait, I had that selected. Did that screw with anything? No. Seems alright. Seems okay. And then we're not going to need this internal bits here. I don't think we'll need these either. So I'm going to fill that in, fill this guy in. Let's get all these edges. That's not bad. I mean, it's going to be really small, but still, I think the detail will be appreciated. Okay, so wait, this is all one area, right? So we can get rid of this, maybe even all of this, this, maybe not that. Just delete all that. And we can delete all these floating vertices here. I'm holding shift and left clicking on all these guys, and then right click, delete vertices. Oop. Click delete vertice. I think this should make a flat face, right? X-ray mode, make sure everybody's on the same plane. You're not. And then F, and that should make our flat face that we can just glue onto the side of our gun. I feel like the skull could be beveled a bit more. Should I? Oh, let's see what this looks like. I do kinda like that though. So let's, whoops, I hit it. Let's move that back. And then try beveling again. I do kinda like that. Hope there's not too much conflict in here. There's some. Maybe. There's some overlap over here. What is that edge for? Oh, for you. It's probably okay. Just create this face in here. Might print a little weird, but this is so tiny. It's really not going to make a difference. And I think that's our emblem. We could bevel these just a bit to reduce that sharpness, which I think I will do. Just clicking on those. Ooh, we got a weird face over here. Gotta look into that. Let's bevel this just a little bit. Just around those corners. Alright, what is this face? This is behind it. Okay, so that's fine actually. This is the second layer, so we'll extrude and move down to this layer. We'll fill this in here, and that's the back face there. That's in the middle, right? So we should be able to just put a face on it. And there. Anything weird going on? I think it's not bad. That's not bad. I can't see the nose, but that's just because all the color is the same. But that doesn't look too bad. Let's bring back our main front. And that's alright. Things divided. Alright, so that's our skull emblem. I'm going to take a little break, and after, I think we're going to start setting up the pipes and steel rods in order to stick all this together. We are back at the Hot-Shot Lasgun. We got, I think, most of the details down, so what I'm going to do now is start finalizing it by beveling and rounding out all these sharp edges that you might encounter while holding the prop. And I also noticed there was some weirdness going on over here where we have this happening. So let's get rid of that. I don't think there's anything wrong with the barrel here, so let's hide that with H. And this is what I was talking about, this little bit of weirdness. So it seems like this is going, where did this cut even come from? Oh, maybe, yeah, I think when I knife project with that, maybe that went through. But in any case, doesn't really matter. Let's get rid of all of this. Now right click and delete, and then we're going to get our face in here by clicking on all these guys and then just hitting F. So now that it still has a crease in it. Is that on the inside? Um, Maybe this needs to be pulled out just a bit. Alright, with a G, and then along the x-axis we'll snap it with this one, with snap on up here. Here, and I'm going to alt click on this guy, and then shift left click on this guy, and we'll try that again. And yeah, that crease is now gone. Alright. So then we're going to start beveling. I think we'll just do these pieces. At this time, let's see. I like to bevel those edges. I like to bevel this too. And this. And this. And maybe this. I think we should get these as well. Yeah, let's get all this. Get this one. All these kind of sticking out bits here. Get these. Let's get this. Let's get this. And this. And this as well. And I'm holding shift and left clicking, and when I want to get an edge loop like that, I'll hit shift alt or hold alt shift and click on it so I can get all of those. And then we'll want this. That's this as well. I guess that. And this one. And this whole area here. And this as well. This also. This also. Let's go ahead and get all of these. Those, well, maybe not that one. And I guess we don't need to worry about that inner one. Maybe not that. Actually don't want anything in here. But apparently this is all one piece, unfortunately. I'm clicking all these at once because I'd like the bevel to be equal. The exact same throughout, but unfortunately this is not. Unfortunate. Alright, so with these selected, I'll go ahead and make a vertex group. I'll go down here to data, and we'll hit a vertex group plus, and then we'll assign our currently selected vertices. That way I can just select them again. So if you select something else and then want those vertices back, you can hit select or deselect, and it only got that side. Poop. Oh well. Better than nothing. Alright, let's subdivide this. And we'll put that here. So we only want to subdivide here, not this, because this is a nice flat area. Let's see what that would look like if it would interfere. It is a bit, but I think we can fix that easily enough. Let's snap that up there. I grab it with G and then I'm hitting Z and then just going over it because the auto snap is on. And let me check something here. Yeah, it's on the same plane, so that should not be a problem. Alright, so let's get this selected again. Just mind blanked over here. What are we doing? Wait, where is the option to select? Oh yeah, edit mode. Alright, select. So we'll go back into the edge mode and check off any we didn't want. Those two. Want that, we don't need this or that. Unfortunately, it did select quite a few that we don't want. I don't need that one. I don't need this. I want those. Okay. And with those selected, we'll go over here to get this one, to edit this one. We'll select all of these. Select this, this, this. Oops, not that one. We'll get all these. And I think that will do. Oh, don't want that one. And let's try to bevel this. Hopefully it will not turn out terribly. Oh, we gotta check for any weirdness that might have cropped up. That's looking okay. Oh, we also wanted these corners here, so I control Z to undo that beveling. I'm knocking on those. And then we can try it again. Just a little bit. Oh, there's a lot of weirdness going on over here. Let's click on this one and then go to vertex groups, and then we'll assign, because now we have this one selected. That way we both have vertex groups on both of those, so hopefully we don't have to select them all individually again. Let's see what was going on over here. I think this is just too close. So what I'm going to do is get rid of this edge entirely and put an edge over here. Subdivide. Let's move this over with G and then X. And then we'll seal that up, and this will be a new face. Don't need these. Hit C, and now I'm holding Shift and left clicking over these, and F for face, and then we'll put another face over here, and that should keep that from beveling weirdly. Not entirely. Why you do that? Is that over here? That's a problem. No, it might be. So what we'll do is do similarly. Bring this guy over here after subdividing. Get these guys together. And try to make a face out of these. Let's get rid of that with C, and then left clicking over. And then I'll put another face there, see if that helps. It's still giving me some awkward results. Is it because of this face? No, there's something else going on. Let's hit A and then Shift N to see if that does anything. Recalculating the normals. That probably did it. Alright. Alright, so put this face back up. See if it's still trying to do that. Bevel, yeah. I think calculating the normals was the move. Okay, so let's select these again, and then select well, these are already selected. Now we need to deselect the ones we don't want once more. Bum bum. Let's get these guys. Don't want that. Bum 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 bum. I think we need... Do we want that? Let's see what that does. That's actually fine without, I think. Control Z to undo. See what happens when we do click on it, though. Yeah. It does seem to keep things kind of even. I think we will click on that. And maybe even this one, 'cause I really don't like those sharp points. And then we'll get rid of those. And we don't need this one. And got those. Let's get this one and this one as well. And we'll maybe get these two. Maybe even this one. Let's see if that does anything weird. Oh, it's looking pretty good, I think. Don't need this one. Looking okay-ish. Oh, I feel like we need to do something over here. So that'll be that. I think we can take care of that afterwards. This is gonna give us some problems over here as well. So, yeah. Okay. Okay, so we'll assign. Go back to this guy. Make sure these are also assigned. Okay. So we're gonna get rid of these edges. Those vertices here. And we will also get rid of these. Okay, let's just get rid of the edges first. And then we'll get rid of these vertices. And then we'll put these connections over here. Subdivide there. Let's also subdivide here. I'll hook this one up over here with G and X. Oops, G and X. That up, and you guys can actually connect over here. Subdivide like those, just to get those faces where we want them. Sorry about that. That's good. This guy over here, and we'll make another one just for you. Where are you? There you go. GX. And then face, F, that should be fine. Boom, let's get all these outer vertices here. We don't want these though. Not yet anyway. And get rid of that one. And get rid of these. And this one. That should make a face there. And we also need one down here. You know what? We can probably just put you over. Maybe this one there, because we're not beveling in that area. That should be okay. With those selected, get rid of these. And that's a nice face. And wait, did we? We're gonna use this one, I think. Let's get those guys again. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That should be the face that we're looking for. And went around and got all those. Okay. Okay. So now, let's see. We can select the edges that we want. And go back in a tab, shift select this guy so we have both of them. We already have those selected. Now we gotta deselect the ones we don't want. Again. Okay. Okay. Alright. Whoops. What did I just do? Control Z to undo whatever that was. And yeah, so let's start beveling and see what we get. Okay, that went too high. But something is going wrong in here. And that might be a normals issue. Let's go ahead and hit A on this object and Shift N to recalculate those normals. We'll try to select those edges again. See what happens. No, there's something going on in here. Let's investigate. Double lined. I gotcha. I gotcha now. Let's hide this front part so we can see what we're doing. So we have a single line going down there. So that was double lined. Alright. And now we have just the one face. And let's subdivide it again. Bring up the main front. And that was supposed to be here. And let's get this face back here, and everything else is selected. F. Okay. Okay, let's see if we got that one now. Select. Let's try bevel. There we go. Much, much neater. So we still want that to bevel. Oh yeah, we gotta get this one too. And this one. And I want to get these as well. I guess I didn't assign those. And these inner ones. And this one. All those guys. Okay, let's assign. And then let's try bevel. See. Freak. Always something. Okay. Okay, I think we need to correct this area. Let's get rid of those edges. Those don't really matter. Let's subdivide in here. We will bring these down here with GZ. And then we'll connect with left clicking and then F for face. And let's get these and the new ones and get rid of these and create our new face right there. And then another face and here. And that should take care of that part. Okay, okay, let's try this again. Select. Don't need you guys. There we go. Much cleaner beveling going on here. We don't need any of you. None of you. We do want you though. Oh, and you. Ba-bum. Get rid of that. Let's check this. It can bevel some. Just not much. It doesn't need to be. I just want to get rid of corners. And I don't think we need that. Let's see how this is going to react. It's actually not bad. Actually, not bad. Let's bevel that. It's not too bad. Let's check over here. For as much as I want, yeah, it's finally looking decent on this front. Let's check this guy back out. We're just gonna bevel a wee bit, just to take off those corners. And I think we're finally looking decent. Not seeing any weirdness, nothing unexpected or unexplained. So let's just go back in there. Whoop. Put it about where we want. Ooh. What's going on with this? It's probably these. It's a sign. And you know what? We can just get rid of those completely. Make those into individual faces. Then select back over here. And there's still some weirdness going on. What is that about? Does that one also bevel? That seems to have helped. And it's alright if you want to bevel too. I got no problems with that. Oh, we lost all of these. Wonderful. So let's select those. Let's see. These are looking okay. These are looking okay. This is acting up a bit. I don't need that. I don't need you guys again. No. Got enough in here. And we don't need you. Being very careful with beveling because it is not easy to undo once you done doed it. Why? What is it it's even here for? It's just sitting here. Deleting vertice. Now put it here. And we selected that entire area. Okay. Select again. Okay, Okay, we need to remove these. Remove from selected. Okay. Not picking on that anymore. I don't think we need this. These. Not these. It keeps selecting them because they're in between these two edges that we did select. And this is vertex groups, not edge groups, so it's going to pick those since it's selecting these vertices on all sides, so it's automatically going to click on those, unfortunately. So we just got to tell it not to over and over again. Don't want anything in here. Don't want anything in here. We're apparently collecting this one. We don't need those or that. Sign those and let's select these. Deselecting ones we don't want to yet again. Don't want that one. Guess we don't need that. Checking. Don't want that. We might have finally gotten in our bevel here. My word, what an ordeal. Okay, I think that does it. Now I just want to make it for size. Make sure it's as beveled as we want. Before that starts clipping. This seems okay. Most of it seems alright. Okay, we finally got our bevel, I do believe. Okay, so this little corner here, got both of these selected. What do I want to do about that? I'm thinking we just pull this guy, well, this whole thing down, just like that. And that honestly should be enough. We got the benefits of the bevel. And we could even stick this guy up over here, G, Z, and we'll put him right here. Just so those are nice and flush. Can even take this up just a little bit. There. You know what? Actually, I don't like that. It's leaving a little crease. Like this. There. Alright, bevel complete at long last. No. Alright, now that we got that out of the way, I'm thinking how we're gonna assemble it. So I'm planning on having, where's our barrel? There you are. Boop. So I'm planning on having a piece of 1-inch PVC pipe thread through here and holding almost all of it together. Just a single piece going all the way through. And then I'll probably have a supporting steel rod to take some of the stress off of any pivoting that might happen since the rod's going to be cylindrical. So we'll just have that reinforcing here. I think this will just be sitting in there with glue. This will be held in with magnets. This will also be held in with magnets. So I think maybe just that pipe and a steel reinforcing rod. Yeah, I think that should be enough. Alright, so this one was already, I think, sized for that. So, no, apparently not. Okay, no problem. I'm going to check my notes. Get the whole size for a 1-inch piece is 34 millimeters. How wide are you, my friend? Let's click on both of those in X-ray mode and then hit F to get a line between them. We'll go up here, edge lengths. Okay, 40 millimeters. That's not a ton of room, but it should be okay. We're going to hit extrude on this guy and scale down to 36. Okay, and we can get rid of these edges now. And this will be the inner bore. Is that going to get in the way? I think we're going to have just the tiniest bit of room in between those, which is okay. We can bring you up over here. And if we want, instead of a face here, we can just have a borehole. You can just join these two up. I alt-clicked and then alt-shift clicked on this one, and then we'll go to edge with 2, and then we'll bridge those edge loops. So we got that, so the pipe can go all the way up here, which I actually don't want. I don't want the pipe to be too visible from the outside, so we'll move it down a bit, around here-ish, so it can still reinforce this barrel and keep its structure. And let's actually move just this one a little closer here, like so. So the pipe is going to fit in through here, and it'll act as the barrel as well as the support. How are we going to print this one? This is such a tiny thing. Let's hit A in edit mode and then Shift N to recalculate these normals. So I guess it'll have to print from this side down. We'll just have to print with some good supports there. That's alright, should be fine. So we're going to take this, and that's our pipe size, and then we're going to Shift D, P, so separate selection, and then we're going to hide this, and we're going to set this over on our barrel, and we're going to go into edit mode, and then control click on our circle, and then we're in this angle, we're going to knife project and cut through. So now we got that. And editing the barrel now, we're going to select these two lines since we do not need those. And we're going to select the barrel that we just made, that and that. Don't need that, so I'm going to hit C and then Shift, hold Shift and click on these, and then we're going to right click and then bridge edge loops, and now we have a place for our barrel, our PVC pipe. And I'm thinking The steel rod to reinforce it should be down here or up here. Which one is best? How much room is going to be available? Let's see. Just gonna take that and extrude all the way back here. See how that's gonna work. There will be some room up there. Not a ton. We could still put it on top of the handle, but I think on top will be where we end up putting it. So let's see. I'm thinking maybe a 1/8 inch thick steel rod, so that'll be 3.7 millimeters. So over here, or maybe on our circle. Where do we put that? Is that it? What's this called? Let's see. 1-inch PVC cutter. And on top of that, let's select the uppermost vertice, and then we will extrude. Let's see here, and then F3, cursor to active, Shift A, we'll create another circle. Was it 3.7? Yeah, 3.7. 3.7, but since this is radius, we divide by 2. And then we will rotate along the X for 90 degrees. Oh no, rotate along the Y for 90 degrees. There you go, and let's see if this will still fit through all of this, right? I'm mostly concerned about this area. Well, I think we want to put a little higher, definitely higher. It's a wee bit. How long is this? Let me see here. It's 2 millimeters. It's not a ton of room. Let's see how much room we have on the top of this. GX. I must have duplicated it. I'm going to extrude G and then X, or just X because you already had it clicked, and I think that'll do. I think that'll do. Alright, so now we're going to use this whole thing to cut through some stuff. Okay, we have what we want here. So now we can edit that, and then control click on our circles, and then we will mesh, and then knife project, and that one shouldn't have really done anything. You know what, we'll do that separately. Just because I don't want to create no problems over here. We'll make this selection separate. So we'll go into edit mode for the barrel, then control click on that guy, and then we'll do the knife project. No interference. And we'll get rid of these central lines, central edges. And then just like with the other one, we'll get in there. We'll get this. We'll get rid of these two with C and left click. And then we'll go into edge mode. Wait, still got that. Yeah, it should be fine. And then in edge mode, right click, bridge edge loops. So now we have somewhere for a rod to go. That is 1/8 inch, right? Seems thick for some reason. It's 4.5. Why is it 4.5? 6. What? Okay, I think the issue is that I didn't scale everything. Okay. Control Z in through all of that. Let's get our muzzle back here. This should have been 36. That's for the 1-inch pipe. 34. Wait a tick. That should have been 36. That should have been 34. Why is it no longer 34? Okay, so what we're going to need to do is click on everything and then go to Shift A, no, Control A, and then scale. Some of the measurements were not right between these things, even though they looked like they were. So that might have screwed a lot of things up. So now this is 19.1. Oh boy. Oh boy, let's check on these magnets. Thank goodness, these are at least where we want them. That is my fault. I should have scaled everything from the beginning. 9.5. All of these should be 9.5. That's good. 5. You registering at 9.5. You are. But you're out here 19.1. So that is much lower than my 1-inch barrel that I wanted. See, that is also 19.1. Okay, well, instead of the 1-inch pipe, I guess we'll go down to 3/4 is also too big. 1/2 inch. That is a bit of an issue. I'm going to take a break and try to figure this out off screen so I'm not wasting everyone's time. Hold on. Alright, so after looking over our model, I decided the way we're going to go is to scale the entire thing up considerably, because I always felt the scale was a bit off for some reason, and I think everything's just a little too small. So we're going to click on everything with Shift click. I was just holding Shift and clicking on all of our parts that we've made, and I'm going to use this edge right here to determine how wide we're going to go. So this was made for, I believe it was, yeah, the 1/2 inch pipe, and I want to go up to 3/4 inch. So this number needs to be scaled up to 27.2 for that to work. So with all those items selected, we have 3D cursor as our pivot point. And we're just going to bring it up until we get 27.2. Let's see, 27.1, 27.2. Alright, that's going to give us a lot more wiggle room, but unfortunately, since we already did all the magnets, those are going to have to be resized. I guess we should start with those then. Let's Shift N to recalculate those normals that were looking kind of weird. And let's see. 11.7. That needs to be 9.5. So we will subdivide. And it's going to have to be, I think, 4.75. Both of these edges right here. So we're going to... Okay, what I did was go into pivot point and active element, made this our active element. It's the one right on that outer edge, so everything kind of zones in from there. And then now we're going to take it down to 4.5, and then we're just going to do the same thing for all of our magnet holes. So let's take these two, hit F to put a line between them, go into edge mode with 2, subdivide, we have that point, and we'll hit C and collect all these guys and do the exact same thing, 4.75. Thankfully this is mirrored, so we just have to do half of them. Let's get this, F, edge mode, subdivide, make that our point, and we'll click on all of these, and then we'll move into 4.75, and I'm not going to worry about the other bits and pieces, they look fine. They'll be fine. Okay, do that again. I'm going to click on all these, and then 4.75. There we go. And that's the magazine. Now we gotta do this. Subdivide, pivot point, all those, 4.75. Oh. And this one already has it. Click on all these, that one, 4.75. And now these. Yep. Subdivide. Now this is active. 5. 4.75. Okay. Those are those magnets. Now we gotta do these magnets up here. So to that end, we might be able to get 2 of these going at the same time. Subdivide here and take all of them. Then using this as a pivot point, 4.75. We can do the same over here. Subdivide, collect everybody. That one, make that our active, and then 4.75. Okay, so now this is going to be a 3/4 inch piece of pipe. So let's figure out what this is now. After the new scaling has been done, we have 23.5. Now I really want to get a 1-inch piece of pipe in here, which would be a 34 millimeter piece. Let's see what this is. 37.4. 37.4. That wouldn't give us a lot to work with, unfortunately. So I think we're going to have to enlarge these bits here, which means, unfortunately, I think we're going to have to get rid of this outer ring here. I want to keep this one at least, but if we scale it up any more, that's just gonna be too big. I think get rid of these two. That should let me L on that, hitting L on that to get all those. We'll get rid of that bit, and we can push this back over here with G and then X to line that up like so. And then let's say let's grab medium point, and then we'll enlarge this about as large as we can. Actually, you know what? I don't want it to be longer, I just want it to be stockier. So we're going to scale it and then hit Control X. Scale. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, gotcha. Scale, and then Shift X. That way it gets rid of the X-axis and we're only going along the Z and the Y. And let's get rid of edge loops for a moment, edge links. And scale, Shift X. We'll take it to, it's actually a little too big. Might be, let's get everybody gathered up again. So I'd like it to be about up here. So let's scale, Shift X, and that's about where we're gonna put it. Alright, let's get rid of that, and we can bring this back here to be flush with that, and we'll bring back the barrel. Actually, we kind of want to mess with the barrel. So where are we now? Let's dissolve this vertice, get that edge, and see where we are. So that's the inner bore, and we wanted that to be 34 millimeters. So we may have to just enlarge this whole area. I'm not sure why there's another edge loop in there. We can get rid of that. And looking at that, let's just see how we can scale it up. I'm hitting Shift X again, and let's just see how far we need to go. And that's minimum. Still seems way too wide. I really wanted that full inch pipe in there, but we might just have to settle for 3/4, which is unfortunate, but perhaps more reasonable. 27.2. And it's still not quite large enough for even that. Wait, what are we selecting here? Yeah, that is the inner bore. Scale, Shift X, 27.2. A bit unfortunate, but we can, when did this happen? What is all this? Did I subdivide somewhere? We're gonna dissolve those vertices. We seem to have lost some stuff over here and added others. Okay. Very unusual stuff going on over here. Did I do that recently? When did that happen? Here? What did we do? What were we doing? What did I subdivide? Well, we're definitely wanting to undo that. Not sure what I was doing with it. Okay. That was some weirdness. That's where that edge came from that I got rid of earlier. Not sure what was going on there. But in any case, let's see. You know, we could actually widen this a bit. Let's try to get our 3D cursor to a more centralized location. Let's hide this. And we'll edge in there, subdivide, cursor to active. That way we can use that as a pivot point. Select all of these, and I'm going to scale along Y just to widen it a bit. That'll give us a little more wiggle room. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get rid of these because we're going to do that knife project again anyway. Let's hide this. Let's get rid of this. And let's just turn this into a solid face again with Alt click and then F. And let's get barrel back up. What? Oh, muzzle. Muzzle. That's what I called that part. There we go. These are the cutters, aren't they? Guess we don't really need those because I don't think those scaled. Let's hide that again. There it is. Don't want that anymore. Let's see where we are. 37.4. This is 23.5. 23.5 isn't anywhere near big enough. So, with barrel increased in size, we should be able to take this a bit wider. See how much further we can go. Take these and then C, S for scale, and then Shift X, and go a bit wider. 34, still can't go that wide. We can go around here-ish. We could actually just overlap that area. 34 would be here. And, you know, I could just merge these over here like so. Or we can just reduce it by a bit. That would help keep those design elements while allowing us to fit our thicker muzzle on there. And how wide is this rim? Not very at all. But we do now have the 1-inch barrel that I was looking for. Which means I think everything else over here also needs to scale up. We're using the 3D cursor still. And we'll Shift X. Something like that. Take off X-ray mode. No, this doesn't seem as... It definitely needs to be smaller. Main front. And you seem to have lost some height there. Wait. Is this because I didn't scale it yet? Let's take this back here-ish. Then still using the 3D cursor, which should be in the middle of this. Let's scale it along the Z, actually, because I want to go taller. Because that's about as wide as we're going to be able to take it. Let's see if there's a rim. There is some. There is some space around it. Now we're back here, but that's about as big as we're gonna go. That is 34 on the inner bore. You know, instead of having this inner lip here, I'm thinking we'll do more like this one. And, how's that? 24, that's pretty small. But this is supposed to be larger than that. We do want to keep that in play. There's just not enough room to do what I would like. Unfortunate, but I think we're just going to go down to 3/4. 27.2. Okay, that's just going to have to be what we do here. Let's put an edge in the very middle. That should be here. And then I already forgot 27.2. So we're gonna select that S, Shift X, 27.2. So I guess we're gonna go with the original design, just extruding from here, scaling outward for, let's say, 4 millimeters. And then we'll pull it forward a little bit. And then we'll join it up with this one. Going into edge mode, don't need those central edges. Right click and then bridging edge loops. So we get that flare. It's not bad. Not exactly what I was going for, but not bad. I think these guys also need to be pulled out a bit. Okay, and we'll Shift X. Because now the barrel's about so wide, so X and somewhere around there. Okay. So it's 24.5. Let me check on the calipers how wide that is. Not very, but I think it'll do. I think it will do. So this one already has its pipe laid in there. So what we'll do next is put our pipe in here. So let's actually I kind of want to bevel this just a little bit. Yeah, I already beveled that one, and I'm not going to worry about that one. So let's get our cutting circle. Shift D. Actually, we only have half of it. Shift. That's Shift Alt. Click there, and then Shift D, and then we'll separate it with P, and then we will hide this for now. And then let's get rid of this edge. And let's make sure 27.2, right? And that is for the 3/4 pipe. Okay. Alright, so we'll click on you, and then we'll right click on you, and then we'll, with this orientation, we'll knife project. Cut through is already selected, so we'll get rid of this edge. X-ray mode, get rid of that edge in there. Those. Get rid of those. And then we will right click and bridge those edge loops. So now we have the pipe goes all the way through. Just like that. And let's hide this now, since that's been cut. And we'll get our, we'll just duplicate this, bring it up, and then we'll change it to individual or median, doesn't really matter which for this one. And we'll get the measurements for, I'm gonna go with the 1/8 inch steel rod, so that's 3.7. 3.7. Okay, and we're going to put that right above there. And we'll cut through this. Go into edit mode. Control click on that one. I'm going to mesh. Knife project. Let's get rid of these edges here. And that should have gone through over here. So we'll get these, rid of those edges. On edge mode. I wonder if this will work with both of them. Or do we need to do it individually? Bridge edge loops, yeah, we're gonna need to do it individually. And we're clicking on all these. Bridge edge loops. And do this one. This one. Control, left clicking, and then bridge edge loops. So now we have these two holes going through. And then we will do the same. We didn't close you up. There we go. And main rear is here. And we'll take you, edit mode, control, left click on that. And then with this orientation, knife project. And we will hide these two. Let's get rid of these edges. Oh, and another edge over here. it shouldn't be that big an issue. So I'm just going to Alt click and then Alt Shift click on these guys. Gather on up real quick. And then hit C to get the selector circle up and get rid of all the edges we don't need. Then right click, bridge edge loops. Should have a nice hole going all the way through. And then click on these, don't want those. These, don't want those. And then bridge those edge loops once more. So we have holes go all the way through, good. Okay, and then stock hide with H, and then open stock, and then we will click on this, edit, and then control click on that. And then we'll mesh, knife project, but this time we will not cut all the way through. We'll just cut into this face here. And then we'll get rid of those. And then this time we'll click on these with Alt click and then Alt Shift click. All of them. Right. Right, since we don't need to go through this one, we'll extrude along the x-axis. And I'll probably print with this face down, so it doesn't really matter. So we'll just close these up. Our faces, and that's where our pipe and rod will go all the way through it. So we got a muzzle, got main rear, main front, and barrel. Alright, so all those parts should be good to go. So now when we print it, we can thread that pipe through, and the steel rod. The magnets are the right height. Oh yeah, for the trigger. Let me get a spring. Hold on just a moment. Alright, I got a spring that I'm going to use behind the trigger. So this is 6.8 millimeters. Alright, so back here on this face, wait, is this the trigger? Where's the trigger? Trigger's over here. Alright. So yeah, back here, we will subdivide. And that's a pretty good spot for it. And we will subdivide again, and then we will click on that vertice, F3, then cursor to active, and we will Shift A to get a circle, and then 6.8, actually plus 0.5 is way too wide. That's weird. Rotate that to be 90 degrees. This means the trigger needs to be substantially wider than I was anticipating, which isn't a big deal, but it will require some changes. So, to make that a little easier, I am going to select all of these items, all of these vertices, and I'm going to hit H to hide them. And then we are going to take these, yeah, but not the circle. And with that selected, we're going to hit scale along the Y. Oops. Scale along the Y to widen that just enough to fit. Wait, we're not getting all of them, are we? Are we getting these two? I would like to get these. Scale up the whole thing. So we need all of you guys in here. Right? And scaling along the Y until we can encompass this here circle. And that should be enough. That doesn't seem too bad. Okay, so now that we have our circle and the trigger is now wide enough to accept that, let's get rid of this face, which we just did. And we need to connect these two to turn these into faces. So we'll click and get all these and push F to turn that into a face. We'll do the same with this side. Do we need those? I guess those didn't widen. What are those even part of? Let's hide this handle so we get a better look at that with H. And then I thought I widened everything. What even is this? Alright, is this the trigger? No, that's thing. There's that. That is sufficiently widened. What are these edges? And then we're connected with these. I think they're just making those faces. Alright. Well, we got these edges. Are there duplicates over here? No? Okay. So we're going to close that back up. Actually, along this. Include that. And then we can turn this into its own face. And it still has these, which we don't need. Okay, so we'll select these edges. Create another face, which is a little weird. Okay, so that is a duplicate. That's going over the one. So let's turn this face to get all of these vertices in. F, and no? It's still not turning into individual faces, so I'll do this manually then. Connecting these, so now they are their own edges. F. Click these, not that one. F. Okay. And that has not a face yet. So let's get these. And turn that into a face. And, I had these selected this whole time. Hopefully that didn't do anything weird. That face, and then we'll click on this circle. Then we'll extrude a little bit so our spring has somewhere to sit, which is at 8.45. That seems like a lot. 14.6. Oh dear. Okay, none of that was necessary. Control Z in on all that, because I thought the radius and diameter were the same, so that never needed to happen. Okay. Okay, here's our circle. This was the problem. So its diameter is 14.6 when it only needs to be, what was it? Let me check. 6.8 plus 0.5, so 7.3. This needed to be 7.3 tops. And that actually fits in there just fine. So let's rotate along the Y 90 degrees, and we'll get rid of that vertice, and that does not have a face yet, so we'll gather up these guys, and then this too, and then these, and then these. Another face, and then with this selected, but not that one, extrude back just a little bit, maybe 6 millimeters, maybe around, doesn't, let's check how long this spring is. It is about 25 millimeters, so that should be plenty of room for compression. Let's take it back maybe to 8 so it has a harder time slipping out. And so the spring will be back here, and when you pull the trigger it'll compress, and then when you release it'll push back the trigger. So let's make sure this is a good distance from this. What was that? I already forgot. Extruding along the X, it's 19.5, so that should be plenty. And the 5 extra millimeters on the 25 millimeter spring will just be to set that so it doesn't move anywhere. And yeah, once you print it, you gotta take out that bit. Oh, you know what? We can get rid of that support that would otherwise print. We're gonna print this upside down with this face facing the print bed. So in order to eliminate that bit of support that will get stuck in there, I'm gonna hit A, Shift, recalculate normals with Shift N, and let's hide everything around here just to make this part a little easier, and we'll put a face on that. Alright, so I want to create this into a teardrop shape because most 3D printers can print up to 45-degree overhangs. So in order to eliminate any need to support in here, I'm going to give ourselves that 45-degree overhang. Let's go cursor to active with F3. Cursor to active, then I'm going to get a plane. I'm going to say maybe 5 millimeters. Let's put this like so, and we will make some diagonals in here, and this will let us figure out those 45-degree angles. So this one is above, so we'll take all these and we'll pull it down below that line. Oh, I had auto merge on, so that stuck our square right on there. So auto merge off, and let's do that again. L on that vertice, and yeah, so this one, this set needs to come down, and let's get our square back, and then this one also needs to come down. They all need to come down about there. And that one's above, so that's fine. About there. And Let's snap it over here, and we'll put this one down here. Alright, we don't need that guy anymore. That way, there's no need to stick out support from this weird little crevice, which will be hard to get into. Alright, so that should be good. And I kind of want to push this up a little bit just to make it easier, but I don't think it's necessary. You might need to use some tweezers or something to position this spring accurately in there, but it should be fine. It should be fine. Okay, let's just bring that back with Alt-H, unhiding all those bits, and that's about it. I still don't know about these hoses that my client wants to put in, what diameter we're going for here. So, you know, we could just make the holes for them, I guess, and change their diameters later. We could do that. So I'm going to collect all these with X-ray mode on, delete since we're already mirrored, and this too. We can go up to, with GZ, we'll snap it up here, and we'll collect all those and hit F, and that didn't work. So let's do this. Make our edges so we can make our face. And how do you feel about that? Alright. And we're going to need median point here. So I'm going to make an edge there and use that as our median point, or do active element, yeah. Make sure that's our active element. We'll extrude, carry it down a bit, and then extrude up. And then make a face in there. We don't need those anymore. So I'll give some place for the hose to set in. And let's see, how wide is that? 2.72, just to make things even. Subdivide, and we'll use this as our point. Extrude until 2.72, just like the other one. Okay, and we can, whoops, delete those vertices. We don't need this edge either. Edge, and then we'll extrude up here with this other one, put in a face. Got a face over there already. Okay, so you can stick the hoses in there, and I was also thinking a way to keep the hoses in. I mean, I guess you could use glue, but I was also thinking maybe thread a steel rod through here so we can puncture holes in the hoses, and then the rod can hold them in place. Kind of like weenies on a hot dog. So, to that end, we can pull these up a bit more. And what is going to keep that steel rod in place, though? I guess we'd have to glue it in place at that point. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what would need to happen, though the hose itself might hold it in just from the weight of it dragging down. Because the rod will come in from this direction. So, yeah. So, I'm going to make a circle right here. Let's subdivide that, bring that up around here-ish. Here-ish seems okay. Why not just align it with that, just for the hell of it. And we will get cursor to active with F3, and then Shift A, opening up a circle, and what's the diameter on our 1/8 inch steel rod? 3.7. 3.7 divided by 2. Right, 3.7 divided by 2. Oh no, I did minus 2. Divided by 2. There. And we will rotate along the Y 90 degrees, like so. And then we will separate this with P on selection, and then edit. And we will control click on this guy. And then we will go to mesh, knife project, cut through. Just like that. And let's get rid of this and this. And that edge, and that edge, and that edge. And the edges that are going through our circle here. All those edges. And let's get over here with period. And let's get that cleared up. Now we should be able to... In fact, do we need it to go all the way over here? So rather than going all the way through, I think it should stop about there. So let's actually keep that in place. Yeah, those are still faces. Okay. And we'll just extrude this out just a little bit. Wait, why are we getting... No, we don't want that. Just these. Extrude a little bit. Just to give it a little ledge to perch on. We're going to do that. Hit F. And then we want to join these edge links to make a nice little tunnel. So in edge mode, right click, bridge edge loops, and we're not bridging the edge loops. Why aren't we bridging edge loops? Why are we doing that? I'm gonna go hit A, Shift, N to recalculate the normals. See if that helps. Let's gather these guys up. And try bridging the edge loops again, and it's just not wanting to cooperate. So we might have to do this manually. Let's see if that's enough to help guide it. These, try bridging edge loops, and we are not getting that at all. I wonder why. That looks like it's duplicated. And it is. Okay, so that might be why that's screwing up. So I'm going to hit all, and then we're going to go to mesh. We're going to clean up, merge by distance, and I'm going to go even smaller than this with 0.01, and there are 10 vertices in there. So that might have been why the bridging edge loops was not working the way that I wanted. Let's see if that did it. Yeah. Alright, we just had some duplicates in there screwing things up. So with these guys now selected, let's bridge those edge loops as well. And then that's just a tunnel, and then we will bridge these edge loops as well. On edge mode, right click, bridge edge loops, and that should be just fine. Now we can put our hoses in there and then pin them in place with a bit of steel rod. And then if you really want to, you can glue in the steel rod and those hoses won't go anywhere. And we should be able to resize them later depending on what size hose we end up getting. So I think that's about it. Where'd my skull go? Did I even save the skull? Alt H to unhide. I'm not seeing it. I might have managed to delete it at some point. I'll remake it. No problem. But that's about it. Alright, so while I was painting up our Hot-Shot Lasgun, making it look all pretty, I noticed a few details that I neglected. One thing would be with these scopes. They have a lot of angles in here, and I'd like to bevel all these edges out to round it out a bit more, make it a bit smoother, because I think these would show in print, and I don't want that to be the case. So I'm going to click on all these edges here. I started out with Alt-click, and then now to keep adding to it, I'm holding Alt and Shift and clicking on all of these edges here. That's everyone. I'm going to do the same over here. Here, holding Shift and Alt and left clicking. Now that we got them all, I'm just going to bevel, right click while in edge mode, and bevel it down a bit. Don't want intersections. That's much rounder, much nicer to look at. Alright, and another one, there was like a little tuning knob over here that I missed. Let's see if we can hear it. This guy. So I'm going to slap that on there, and I want to be able to turn it, so I'm going to attach it with a magnet to make that happen. So let's see. I'm going to go into edit mode, then I'm going to hold shift and then right click to get our 3D cursor over here, and I'm going to hit shift A, and then get a circle, and let's say this will be one of my larger magnets, so I'm going to put it at 4.75. So let's rotate it along the X, along the 90 degrees, and pull that away a little bit. And I actually want a little bit sticking out of the scope, so I'm going to duplicate this. Now I'm going to shift D to duplicate this, and I'm going to stretch it out a bit, scaling up just a bit. And then I'm going to first I'm going to separate these two. P, selection, and now in this one we're going to edit that one, and then control, left click on that, and then we're going to, for mesh, knife project. Now it is on a diagonal. That is okay. I'm going to hide that for now. And then we're going to take this out, and this is the part that I wanted to project a little bit. So I'm going to take it out along the Y, and in vertices mode I'm going to hit S for scale, and then Y, and then 0 on the numpad to smooth that out, or to put everything on the same plane. Take it in a bit, and then this magnet will go in, 3 millimeters? Let's get edge lengths up. 3 millimeters, and just a little bit less actually, so it sticks out. That's 2.9 is fine. 2.9 is just fine. That way our magnet can rest in there, and then I want to make the knob. to. Shift D to duplicate, bring it out here, G and then Y, G and Y, and P to separate that. And we're going to make this knob a little wider than that. Let's go medium and scale it up a bit. Bring it out. And then we're going to hit face, and then on both of these, getting both of these edge loops, I'm going to bevel it. A little more comfortable to hold, get a little more bevel. Just like that. And I'm going to take this edge, and these two, X-ray mode, bring it in, and just like the other one, about 2.9, 2.8. Let's get rid of snap. 2.8, just so we have some room for that magnet to sit in. I'm going to call that our scope knob. Oh, but now we got that. Don't actually want that. So let's go ahead and apply mirror. That, and we'll get rid of this easily enough. We're going to Alt left click on that one, and then Alt shift click on these other edges. Let's get rid of that, and then right click, delete. Let's get rid of this too. And then we can just click on this and then just seal that up with face. And yeah, that's our knob. And don't actually need a mirror on this one. I think that's about it. We could paint some other things over here. I haven't really seen me paint anything, but pretty simple. We're going to select all that we want to be a specific color. Let's get rid of X-ray mode. It's a little easier. Circle. Hitting period. Focus on whatever I'm highlighting. And collect all these. That. And collect these. Then we'll go into materials. I already got a gray color, so I'm going to assign that to where I highlighted. And there we go. I think that's about it. I'm going to show this to my client and see what they think, if they want to add anything else, but I think this is about ready for printing, or at least test printing. So while I was thinking about how to print all these pieces, I decided the cell needed a few changes, and I wanted to make sure you saw those. So one was over here. This face is solid. We need it to be a hole, so we'll just click on this in edge mode, which is 2, and then X, and then get rid of that edge there. I also kind of wanted to pull this guy out just a little bit more, so grabbing it with G and then moving it along the X axis there just to make it a little deeper. And then the main thing was I'm going to print it on this face, so I'd like it to be flat. To that end, we're going to remove these and print those separately. So I'm going to select those in faces mode and Shift D to duplicate and drag them down here just to get them out of the way for a moment. And we'll get these interfaces here. We'll extrude with E, bring them up, and then selecting all of those, we'll bridge these edge loops to make them solid objects to print. Bridge those edge loops, and then we'll flatten these out, getting rid of these. Actually, kind of need this inner one, so we'll just grab that, move it along the Z-axis, snap it to the bottom down here, and then we'll get rid of these. Right clicking and then deleting, and let's get rid of those, and then we'll bridge these edge loops, right click and then bridge edge loops, Alt left click and Alt shift left click, then C, and then left click to get rid of those, and then right click, bridge edge loops. And I think these are actually faces. Oh, oh dear. We're gonna undo with Control Z. See what went wrong there. We didn't get these. That one seems fine. Oh, this one too. Okay, miss these guys, no biggie. And then right click, bridge edge. Oh, we got this one. Okay, there. Now that's nice and clean. And we got these, we don't need those. And once more, we gotta make sure we got all of them here. Right click, bridge edge loops. And that is about what I wanted. Now, since we are gonna print from here, we're going to want to create an angle out of here. That way the printers don't feel the need to make any support. So that end, we're going to subdivide. You know, I could just do one of them, and since they're the same, we'll just duplicate it. So since we are mirroring, I don't think we need mirror modifier anymore. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. We'll hit over in modifiers, and go up to here, and then hit apply. So now we have our mirror, and now we don't need to do all of what I was thinking we're going to have to do. So let's clear up this face, and then we'll select this edge loop, hit F to give it a face, and then on that face, in face mode, which is 3, we're going to right click, and then poke face. Now we can make our cone by clicking on that, and we got that. And we can do the same thing over here instead of duplicating like I thought I was going to do. So face, poke face, and then we'll bring it up here. That'll give it plenty more than a 45-degree angle, which is what printers usually need to be able to print. That way it doesn't print any support in these areas. That'd just be a waste. Alright, I think that's it for this piece. Oh yeah, and in order to print these, I think we're just going to print them together. So I'm going to slide them over here, and then let's get rid of edge link so we can see better. And we have the bottom one selected, and we're going to snap it to one of these bottom vertices just to put them on the same plane, and we'll drag it a little closer so the 3D printer doesn't have to move around as much. You know what, we can move this one. I feel like this screw bit might interfere with that, and that should be fine. Alright, let's see how this prints out. Forgive the noise, I got my 3D printers going on in the background, but after printing the rear part of our scope, I'm printing it with this face on the print bed, I noticed a bit of an issue, and that issue is this area coning in like this. So I'm going to fix it up by going to face select mode. That's 3 in. So we select on the object, hit tab to go in edit mode, then we click on all these faces with alt left click, and then what I'm going to do is go into edge mode with 2, and then I'm going to get rid of these with alt shift click, shift left click, and then I'm going to get rid of all those edges just like that. Now we want this, we don't want that. Going into edge mode again, getting rid of that, and then we're going to extrude this inner portion here where the pipe was just not fitting in properly. And then we're going to take it all the way, not all the way up here, but up to here. And then we're going to take this inner edge loop here. This will be the lip that the lens we put in there is going to sit on if you want to do that. And then we're going to bridge these 2 edge loops. So now instead of that long cone, we have this nice area here that the pipe can fit into. And then over here, it won't be able to get past this cone, but that is okay. And then we'll put our lens cap over here, or our lens, not our lens cap. And we're going to see how that prints. So might have to make some more corrections, we'll see. So I did print out this trigger and this handle assembly, and I did find some issues that I wanted to correct with you guys. So the first thing, this isn't too bad, but I wanted to fix this area. I want a bevel here, right around this area, where your fingers are going to rest, just to give some comfort. But another thing was I wanted to shorten this just the tiniest bit because it felt like it was getting stuck up here while I was pulling down the trigger, or pulling on the trigger. And on top of that, I also want to put this down just a bit so it's more central to where we're compressing the trigger. I think that'll help. So I just grabbed all of these vertices in here with X-ray mode on, and we're just going to pull it down. Oh, let's turn off snap. And we'll just pull it down here like so. And then also this was something that I saw. Let's get a better look at that. I'm going to hit L on this vertex and then hide so we can just look at the trigger. And there's this going on, which should not be that way. Easy fix though. We'll just get rid of those and then we'll bring this all the way up. Let's get snap back on, snap that to that, and then we'll just collect these. F, put a face on it, select all those, put a face on it, alt select those, put a face on it, and then I wanted to bring this down just a little bit, maybe from 53 millimeters to maybe 51 millimeters, and maybe even bevel this just a bit to smooth that out, because what was happening was, let's get everything back together with Alt H. And then what was happening, because the spring was up here, I was pulling more down here, and it was ending up like this. Let's go. I was pulling back, but it was leaning back like this, and this corner was kind of peeking up here and bumping the ceiling and trying to get stuck. So I'm hoping this will solve that little issue. And since this is like that now, I think we should pull this all the way up. Let's grab one of these, get snap back on, and push this up to the very top so it's flush up here. And hopefully that will fix that little issue. Now I am somewhat worried that it might kind of do something like this, which is not ideal. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Alright, and I totally forgot to do the bevel here. So this isn't too complex an operation. What's going to happen though is these guys are going to make that a little difficult. So I'm going to get rid of these edges, which is going to open up those faces right here. So let's get these, say, we'll subdivide those on both sides right here. Subdivide that. That'll give us a vertex to play around with. And we'll align that over here, over here. Do the same on this side. Right. And then we'll take these edges and create a face. Right. Oop. I must be skipping somebody. Should be okay. Let's get these. Okay, it's still doing that. So let's hit A to select all, and then Shift Shift N to recalculate the normals, and then on top of that I'm going to select everything in vertices mode, go to cleanup over in mesh, cleanup, merge by distance. We didn't remove any, so that shouldn't be a problem. Let's try this again. There we go. Those normals. And then we just alt-clicked on that edge loop, and that should get, that did not get everything though. We didn't get these. Make sure we got all these guys. And then we'll hit up this one too. With those selected, I'm holding Alt and Shift and just clicking on those edges. And that should be everything. Now we got our face back over there. And let's get over here. And click on those same edges on this side. Not that one. Face. All those, and then we gotta get these guys individually for some reason. Alright. Those. And then these. Nope, not that one. These. Face. Oop. Wait, no, that's fine. Wait, why is this like this? This is interesting. I mean, I guess we can leave it. It doesn't seem to be hurting anything, but it's not mirrored. Weird, but alright. And now we can go ahead and bevel this. Let's get our edge loops, and we'll bevel all these, and we'll get this side too at the same time, just to make it a little more comfortable for the fingers to hold on to. We'll go this far, being sure not to cross that line there, and that should be plenty of beveling. Alright, so we'll get this printed and see if all those corrections have done what wanted. So my fears were confirmed. The trigger is acting a bit wonky, but I do have a solution for it. So we're going into edit mode, and we're going to create a sort of channel for it, and we're also going to elongate it just a bit. So to that end, we already beveled it, so alright, we're going to create a channel in here for it to go down, so it'll go back here. We'll subdivide this area. You know what, actually, maybe we'll just use these. So let's just subdivide here, 2, and that's as far forward as that is going to go. So we will bring this back here, and then we will connect these two with its own face. Oh, let's widen that just a bit along the Y, and we'll snap those here with snap on, and then we'll get rid of that face there, and we'll get these individual faces going. Right. And then we will make a recess right here to give that channel, maybe, how far can we go? 'Cause honestly, the deeper the better in this case. That way it'll have a nice hold on it. And since we are going upside down, I'm going to want to print this with a bit of a V, or does that matter? I don't think it'll actually matter. The support should be easy enough to remove. So we'll just go down about here. see where that is. 4 millimeters. I'm going to check my calipers to see how deep that is. Not terribly deep. Let's see if we can go a little deeper. Let's try this level. 5. That should be plenty. That should really be plenty. And then we're going to take this guy. I'm going to hit L on one of these vertices and make sure active element is on. And then I'm going to hit S for scale and then Z. And we're just going to stretch it down here so it fits into our channel. Because before it was, the bottom of it was coming up like, turn snap off, like this, because the spring was pushing it over here. But now with this channel, and we're going to have the main part of it blocking up here, so that won't move anywhere. And now this channel will keep it in place, so it won't be able to kick up like that again. I think that should do it, though. I wonder if we should push it forward just a bit. Or actually, we can just pull this back. So that's its maximum that it can go forward. So along here, about here, let's say that's the front, and want at least 0.5 millimeters. That's plenty. That's almost a full millimeter. That should be fine. And just for comfort's sake, we will bevel these maybe. Let's recalculate the normals on this with A to select all and then Shift N. And try that again. Still acting a bit off. They're acting... They're both going in different directions, which is interesting. Let's explore why. First I'm going to select all, hit mesh, and then clean up, merge by distance. That didn't remove anything, so it's nothing wrong in there. Maybe if we just bevel these. That should be more than enough, really. I kind of wanted to bevel this one, but honestly it doesn't really matter. So that should have plenty of room. Let's make sure the bottom has plenty of room as well. So I'm going to snap over here just to see, and it has more than enough, I think. It should be able to slide back and forth pretty freely. Alright, so we'll print this, and hopefully this will be the last time. Alright, so after printing a few more of these parts, I'm feeling like this thing is still too small. So what I'm going to do is scale the entire thing up again. We already did that with this one, I think, so you already know the process. But I still wanted to show, just in case people are wondering why mine turns out a little different from everybody else's. So I'm just going to go through this again. I think all the techniques we've covered already through this video, so you'd be able to know how to do it if you followed me to this point. So what I'm going to do first is I noticed the scale was a little off for some reason, even though we already scaled everything. So what I'm going to do is hit All to select all our pieces. I got everything else hidden. And I'm going to go to Tab to Edit Mode, and this should not be this size. It should be, zoom in over here with period, and then extend here. And it should be 27.2, it's coming out to 25.3, so something's wrong with the scaling here. So going back to object mode, I'm going to select this item, because I like the scale of the magnets on this guy already set. And with everything selected, I'm going to go Control A and hit Scale again. And hopefully that, yeah. So now we have 27.2 on both of these edges, which is what we wanted. So now we're going to enlarge everything. So hitting A with everything selected, I'm going to actually pull this up to what I wanted was to get that 1-inch pipe in here. So I'm going to pull this up to 34 millimeters, that 27.2. So we're going to just, let's make sure it's all set to 1 point, which will be the 3D cursor, which I set to one of these edges. So that's the center point that everything's going to be scaled from at now. So I'm going to just go here. Let's pull this out a little bit more so we have a bit more control over it. And I'm going to pull it out to 34 so I can finally get that 1-inch pipe in there. And there. So now that all that's been scaled up, all the pipes and everything has to be changed. So that 1-inch pipe that goes all the way through is fine, but the steel rod portion and this portion and all our magnets and other things that can't really just be so easily scaled will have to be adjusted. So now that we scaled that, this is what is that total? 11.9. We need that to go back down to 9.5, which is not too difficult a thing to do. We're going to take this guy, make sure that's our active element. We're going to go up here to pivot points, active element. That way when we scale, hit S to scale, it'll go from that central point. And just like that, that one's already scaled. We just got to do that for all these other ones. So I'm going to go into face mode with 3 and then Alt left click to get all these faces. Go to vertices mode, hit this one, make sure it's the white active one. And then we'll S to scale inward to 9.5. Just like that. And then we'll do that with these as well. We already have those points for us, that's good. And then we'll scale it down. Let's half 9.5. It's going to be 4.75. So there. Let's get this one. 4.75 for that. And do the exact same thing over here. 0.75. And 4.75. And those will be fine. We did those. And now I want to do this one again because we still want to use that same steel rod. So we'll have to rescale this so it'll fit properly. So I'm going to select all these vertices with X-ray mode on, click all these guys, and then, oh yeah, let's add an edge there so we can use that as our measuring tool. And we got all those. That doesn't actually matter, but it's on there anyway. Let's see, what was that? 3.7. So this needs to be 3.7. So we're going to hit scale, and then we're going to negate the x-axis by holding shift and hitting X. That way we're only going along the Z and Y. Actually, let's get that into a median point. That'll kind of throw us off a bit though. So I'm going to make another edge over here. That'll be our one edge, and then this will be our yeah. Alright, so we're going to be paying attention to that edge back there. This one, 4.53. And that needs to go down to what? 3.7. Okay, so again, hitting S for scale, and then Shift X to just go along the Y and the Z. So we're going to get that down to 3.7 there. Right? Yeah. So that should have got all of those. And now we got to do these magnets up here. So same operation. Oh, this one's mirrored, so that's nice. So we'll get all of these, we'll go into 3 and Alt select all these faces, and then we'll hit this guy in vertices mode, which is 1, and then with active element selected, shrink that down to 4.75 on these two edges. That way the total is 9.5. And we'll do the same operation here. And do the same for these guys. We'll just do half because it's mirrored. As long as that's the active element, it won't make a difference. 4.75. Clicking 4.75. Yeah. Okay, so that's those magnets in there. We still got to do these magnets as well now. Now, fortunately, we can do this. Hit all these faces with Alt left click and then Alt Shift left click, and then we can hit the active element that's between all of them, and S to scale, and then bring that down to 4.75, just like that, 4.75s. And we can do the same for these, because they are flush, so that active element is the center point for both of these magnets, magnet slots. So we'll scale down 4.7, yep, and then do the exact same thing over here. Oh, well, so the scope is not mirrored, but this part is, so we just got this one now. And do we have a center point? We do not. That's okay. We'll look over here, and we'll find the center point here, and then we'll hit F. Oh, actually got all those. Didn't need those. Just doing this one, and then do the same thing over here. Find the center point. Click through that. Because X-ray's on, we got that too. Hit F. And we'll collect all these faces. Oh, we'll subdivide. Before we forget, subdivide, so we have that central active location. And in faces, we collect all those faces, and now we can go down in vertices mode, 4.75. And 4.75. Okay. Okay. Alright, so now let's do that steel rod. I forgot if it went through here. It does not. So it's just these 3 pieces that have that one steel rod. This guy. So with all those selected, we're going to go into edit mode, and with the circle or C select, we're going to collect all of those. Actually, first we need a center point. I'll use this one and give us a center point there. Subdivide that. And then, what was it? What was the length? 1.85. Okay. So reselecting these 3. And tab to edit mode. 1.85. That's what these need to be. So selecting them all. Again, scale with S, Shift X to negate the X axis, and then scale it down. Whoop. Let's make that our active element, right? We're still on active element. Alright. Scale S for scale, and then Shift X, and then we're down to 1.85. So that should be that, and the 1 inch should already be scaled. And now we have this one. We still got these magnets. Where's my nub? Where's my scope nub? Scope knob. Okay, so these also have magnets, so let's hide this for a moment with H. And these also have those points. I moved it over here so when it printed it would use this as support, and the support's easy enough to remove. So it's just a little quicker printout for that item. Let's zoom in with period on our active selection. This doesn't have a face. We should give it a face. It needs a face. Okay, let's collect these two so we can make, oh, we don't need these. So we can make an edge over here, right in the middle. And then we'll subdivide. And then we'll Alt left click on those elements there. Go back into vertices mode with 1. Go on that guy. And with active element on, we'll scale it down to 4.75. There we go. And now we will do the same with this, because this is where that magnet seats to connect to our knob. Give that. Go into edge mode with 2, subdivide, and then in faces mode, we'll alt click, and then back in vertices, we'll click on that, shift click on that to add it to our selection, and then scale, and we'll go back down to 4.75. Alright, now these kind of borehole that I was going to use with the pipe. This is 3 point. That's almost up to 1 inch. So if I think I want to increase that to a full 1 inch. That way we have 1 inch barrel and 1 inch scope, because it's already basically there. So let's see. This does not have the same termination point that the barrel has. So let's get our measurement guide here. We don't need... Okay, we didn't need these two. I hit F to put an edge there as our measuring tool. And we need this edge and this edge. And then we need these two. This is going to work a little awkwardly, unfortunately, because these are slanted. So one thing we can do is basically cut this again. So to that end, I think we're going to have to delete this cut that we currently have. Let's put those back, and yeah, I think we're just going to have to delete these vertices and do the same over here. Get all these guys, not the ones for the flat faces, just the cut ones. And X, oh, forgot you. X, and then get rid of those vertices. Whoop. Feel like we got a few more than we wanted. Actually, no, that's about right, I guess. Guess we don't need these. And then we're gonna create some new faces to replace the ones we just got rid of. Those points, this edge, this edge, this edge, this edge, these edges, this edge, and these. And oh no, that'll be our first face. Let's make sure it actually lines up. That's looking good. Right, I don't think we missed anybody. Then we'll collect these with Alt left click and then hit F, create a face. do the same over here. Let's click these, right? And this one, and this one, F, and then this one. Why was that different? And we don't need these two vertices, and we'll collect these edges, and get rid of these from the selection. Then we'll right-click, bridge edge loops, there. Okay, so first we'll scale these up to 34. These two. Actually, you know what? I think we just... Okay, okay. First, we'll F3 and get our cursor over to active. And then we'll switch over for our pivot point to 3D cursor. And then with that selected, we will just scale both of these up. Let's get somewhere a little nicer to 34. And then, all 34, right? Should be. Let's just check 34. 39. Why are you 39? Let's check this one as well. Should be you. 34. Not sure why that is different, but whatever. It's just a tiniest amount. Let's go to median point and scale this up to that extra 0.1 millimeter. Okay, so now all of them are 34. Now we will use this. No. This, one of our 34 millimeter wide circles. We will Shift D to duplicate. And I'll move it just a little over here. And then we'll hit P to separate the selection. And then we'll hide this for now. And now we will use this to cut through here. So edit on this one, and then Control left click on that one. So now we have this going, and with this orientation, we will hit Mesh, Knife Project, cut through, and that should give us our new area that our 1-inch scope should fit into. So I'm going to move this to other, and then we're going to bring back our parts, and now we get to remove this. To do that, I'm going to just get rid of these edges like so. Oh wait. Huh? Those weren't cut, I don't think. Those edges there. Let's get rid of these vertices. Okay, we're gonna select this whole thing. Oh, let's get rid of this edge as well. Okay, so not that whole thing then. On these vertices and make some new faces for it. Yeah. It should be about right. Those, these, face. These. Oh, let's get rid of this edge and get these going. Face, face, and now we should be able to bridge these edge loops. Let's get these edges too. And that, and that. And this, and that, this. I need this. And let's see how that goes. Not terrible. A little awkward. That means there's different numbers of vertices on each end. They're not even. Looking at them, I'm not sure why. They must have cut differently, even though the faces are the same, as far as I can tell. But it really shouldn't matter. So let's get rid of those, bridge those edge loops again. And all it needs to be is an area for that pipe to fit. This is a little worrying to me. Why you do that? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and look down here with the vertice count, and we have 79 vertices in that area. We have 79 here, so those are even. I don't know what the issue is. So back, edge loop, see that's nice and clean. So I guess the problem was up here? Among you. What were you doing? I don't know. But I guess we can just do this manually then if Blender wants to complain about it. So that's already done. Means we just got this and this. With X-ray mode, I'm just collecting both of those and just hitting F to add a face. This is where it went off. There's this gap here. This matters so much less than the rest of it. So going back in there, there's that weirdness. So there's like one extra vertex over here, which fine, whatever. And we filled those spaces in. We're gonna hit A on in edit mode and then shift and recalculate the normals just in case anything got word. Okay, so then you got these that just slot together, and in order to have a snug fit, it needs to be 0.5 millimeters of space. And now there is 0.3, but there's also a bottom. So I think that will work still, hopefully, because it didn't scale up that much. Now I think, did we get this one? Yeah, we did. So I think that's gonna do it at long last. I think that's gonna do it. You know what? I want to bevel this just a little bit. Yeah. And wasn't there something else I was doing over here before? Well, we did scale it, so that's what I wanted to do. And that's what we did. So I'm going to print this out and see if we finally got the product that we want. Alright. I did forget one other thing we still need to scale, and that is this spring hole here. So this is currently, after the scaling, it is 9.1, so we wanted that to go down to 7.5. So I'm going to hit all this, and you know what, let's make another median point over here. Actually the one above it, over here, F, and then I'm going to subdivide that. No, I'm not going to subdivide that, going to subdivide this one. So when we go into our active element, it zooms into there. uses that as our pivot point. Wait, let's dissolve that vertex. That'll be our measurement there. So we want that to 7.5, and we'll use this as our active element. And we got that up here. So let's go down to 7.5. That way our spring still fits nice and snug. And I actually wanted to reduce the height of this trigger because it was rubbing kind of weirdly. And we want that to be nice and smooth. Why is that sticking out? That's weird. Let's just pull that back. And we'll go into vertices mode, use that as an active element. We got snap on, so we'll hit G, X, and pull that to be right on top of that. Oh, geez. Okay, so we had that shape still selected, so we're going to deselect that and pull that operation again. Active element, G, X, put it back, and I wanted this to be a little shorter. So I'm going to take this, hit L on one of these vertices, and I'm just going to, since that is our active element, I'm going to scale along the Z-axis just a little bit. Maybe up to here. Here, give it plenty of room, that way it's not scraping the bottom or top, and it should slide just fine along this angle while being pushed forward with the spring. So maybe just a little more, just to be absolutely sure. So there should be no way for that to pop out of there. Okay, that should be it this time. Hopefully. We're back with the Hot-Shot Lasgun. So I was looking at some hose that we can use for the power cell here, and I haven't got any data from my client yet to what diameter they're looking for, but at Home Depot I did find some hose that I think would work. And it's called a washing machine and dishwasher discharge hose. I think it has the right color, the shape, the flexibility and such, so I think that'll be the one we go for. And there's two diameters for it, so I'm going to make two different power cells to accept those depending on which one you decide to get. There is the 1 inch and then the 1 1/4 inch diameter hoses. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to make two of them. So this one will be the 1 inch diameter hose, and right now this is way too small for what we need. So this is only 23.5, and how much is an inch? 1 inch to millimeter, that's 25.4. Okay, so this will be 25.4. This will need to be 25.4. So what I'm going to do is we'll have to enlarge both of these because I still want the rings to slip over just to give it that connected look. So let's go with, let's enlarge all of this, and we'll need you two, and you. Actually, we might have to redo this. Actually. Unfortunate. That's gonna be a lot of stuff. But, oh well. Just have to do it twice. And get all of this. And this. And this. And then this. So, this is actually mirrored, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So, instead of doing that, let's get these guys we'll get rid of those for now. We'll set this up later. And I will take you, and we will, let's first get rid of the side we don't need by going to select, side of active. We'll switch it over to the Y, and I actually want the other one, so we'll go negative. Oh, never mind. That was actually right. Positive, and then we'll go select, invert selection, and that should get rid of the side that we're not interested in. And then we'll go over here to modifiers with this selected in object mode. Modifiers, add modifier, generate, mirror. And then we'll go to Y and not X. And now we have that mirrored. Okay, so this should be a lot easier now, or at least faster. So let's go ahead and get rid of, I'm going to hide handle, we don't need you. And we'll get rid of all of this, because we'll do that in a moment. And I guess we'll get rid of these as well. It's easy enough to put back in place. Looks like these got to be selected manually. And just deleting all that. And we will hit F3 and go cursor to active. And then we'll switch the pivot point to the 3D cursor. That way it's in the middle of all this. And what diameter did we need again? 25.4. So 25.4. And that should be able to accommodate. Actually, we'll enlarge it to 26, but because we need at least 0.5 millimeters for things to fit together, otherwise they'll just kind of bump into each other. We actually want the hose to go inside here and not just be flush with the outside, so we need to enlarge that by 0.5. And I went up to 26 just because the hose is going to be a little flexible. We want to give it a little bit of wiggle room. It's not going to make much of a difference. And we will do the same thing over here. Where did you go? Okay, in that case we will take some of these, Shift D to duplicate, and then we will mirror them across the X, where they go. Then we will grab with G, and then move along the X axis. I'll take this, and then we'll auto merge, and then we'll just merge them right here. And that gave us that again. Not sure where that went. Oh well. Hit F on those two vertices to get this edge so we can measure. Don't need you. Oh yeah. First we're going to need to select this edge in 2 to edge mode, and then F3, cursor to active, so we can do this operation once more. Select all these, and what was the diameter again? 25.4. 25.4, and we went up to 26, so it would fit. And then we'll take all these in edge mode. I'll get rid of those, and then we'll go up to out here-ish, I guess, and then we will seal. No, let's take one of these at a time. And then F. I guess that's doing it. Yeah, it's giving it the face we want. F. That, and then we'll take these two. Let's go Shift duplicate, drag them out here a bit. Actually, not yet. Not yet. We will go ahead and give this its face back. F. Oh man. So this one lost its face as well. Okay, let's get rid of these and give its face back. this one, and F. No, this one, F. Okay, all these. Wait, why do we got all those? Okay, we'll get rid of all those, I guess, because this thing wanted to go all out. I'll get rid of those. And we don't need those. And just hit F to fill that in. Okay. Now we still have to do that one part with the steel rod. But I think we'll go ahead and apply our mirror modifier. Get that going. That way we have a face up here. Wait, do we not have a face up here? Just make sure, put F, and we're gonna poke our faces. Right clicking and then poke face, selecting these vertices, and then drawing them up so we have at least a 45-degree angle. That way we don't have to print support in here. It should be plenty. And then we will bore a hole through like I had before. Let me see how wide that needs to be. For a 1/8 inch steel rod, we need 3.75. So we'll subdivide this, use it as a measuring tool. Let's go down here, and we'll hit F3, cursor to active, Shift A, circle, and then we need 3.7 divided by 2, since this is radius over here. And then we got our circle, and then we'll rotate it along the Y 90 degrees, pull it out just a bit, then we'll hit P to separate it. And then edit on this one, and then control left click on our circle that we just made, which is not coming up, so we'll go over here and hit control left click. So that one is red now, and then we will hit mesh up here, knife project, cut through. Now we got our circle going all the way through, and we will just eliminate these faces so we can make a tunnel. So in edge mode, I got my circle with C, and we'll select these guys, and then X, and then delete edges. And now we have our hole. Now we gotta connect all of them. Uh-oh. That didn't cut through very well. It's missing a few there. That's okay. It's probably normals, so we'll hit A to select all, and then Shift N to recalculate our normals. No. Before we cut it. There we go. Okay, A, Shift N, recalculate the normals, and now let's try that cut through operation again with mesh, knife project. Yeah, that went much better. Alright. And go into edge mode, circle again, with C, X, edges. Now we'll select, I guess we'll just select over here, circle again with C, select these, but we only need these right now. So we'll go into edge mode, and right click, bridge edge loops, so we got a nice tunnel. It's looking alright. Alright, should be fine, should be fine. And then we will do the same for this middle tunnel, and then the last tunnel as well. So this one, and now go to 2 to edges, bridge edge loops, and then don't actually have to go all the way through for this one. I guess we could. Doesn't really hurt anything. I was gonna break it off in here so that the rod just stops here and this is closed up. I'm trying to think benefits versus pros versus cons. I think we'll just close it up like we had with F, and then we'll take these faces that don't actually exist, but that's okay. We'll select all these guys with our C circle selector, and then we'll hit extrude with E, and then we'll take it just a little bit so the rod can rest in here. And for aesthetics, I guess, we'll flatten this with S for scale, and then X, and then numpad 0. And that'll flatten it out. It brought it over there, but that's alright. No, we're on snap. We're dragging it way over here. Uh-oh. Ah, merge. Auto merged over there. Okay, we're gonna undo that and hit set the pivot point for median, and then try again with scale X numpad 0. There, flatten it out. Hit F to close up the face. That way the rod can just sit in there and chill, and it's not sticking out, so it won't fall out in this direction. Let's enlarge that, extend that just a little bit with another E extrude, and that should be that one. Oh yeah, we still need these rings. So let's make sure 26. That's what we wanted, right? Should be. We can get rid of this. Well, actually, we could use it on the other one too. Okay, so we'll take these, and these, Shift D to duplicate, and we will drag them a bit over here. Then we'll extrude along the Z axis and make these rings. Is this lining up? Yeah, it is. It's fine. And then we will snap it and just say the height should be the same as this part here. And that way when we put the hoses in, we can put these rings on it to give it like a little connection point there. I think that's that one. So we will Shift D to duplicate. And then we'll do all of that again. Let's see. Alright, so again, getting rid of all these. And this. And then right click, delete. And I think mirror once more. Is that what we want to go with? Why did I mirror it before? We'll probably run into that later. Alright, let's see. Now we need to go up to 1.25 inches. Which is... let me check my reference again. Yeah, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, that's 31.75 millimeter diameter this time. So, F3, cursor to active on this edge, and our pivot point will be 3D cursor. And we'll gather up all these with our circle selector, and then S for scale, and then 31.75. 31.75, we'll just put it up to 38. And then we'll add 0.5 just to give it a fit. I'll just put it up to 32.4 just to make sure. It'll definitely fit in there. Alright. And I guess we'll do the same over here. F3, cursor to active. C for circle select. Get all these guys. And I already forgot again. 31.75, and then 0.5 more. That'll be 5. Is that where we landed? 0.4, 32.4. It's not going to make a tremendous amount of difference, but I like to be precise. Alright, so we got these guys. Take them up to hopefully wherever this is. Alright, And then we will close these up with faces, with F, those faces, poke the faces. I'll take those center vertices, drag them up, G, and then Z. That should be about right. And let's go ahead and take this guy again. Oh, we need to fill in these faces, don't we? Feel like we should do it like this, one at a time. I'm not sure why my brain is telling me that needs to happen, but it is. So we select these, put another face on there, so those are not sealed up. Yep. I was thinking it was mirrored. Yeah. Alright, so edit mode, right click on this guy, and not right click, control left click on that guy. We'll go over here, mesh, knife project, cut through. We'll go ahead and set A, and then Shift N, just in case the normals got discombobulated. And we will take these edges. X, get rid of the edges. Oh yeah. And then select the vertices. Deselect these vertices. And then go back in edge mode with 2, bridge selected. And then we do that again. Get them all. Get rid of these this time, and these. And yeah. And then edges, bridge edge loops. And then for this one, we'll seal it up. F, and selecting these vertices. We'll extrude with E, go along the x-axis, and then we will flatten it with S for scale, X for the axis, and then 0. And it did that. It was on 3D cursor again. So let's go to median point, do that again, S, X, and then numpad 0 to flatten out that loop, just like that. And then we'll bring that a little inward. And that should be those, hopefully. Okay, let's go ahead and make those rings. So we will Alt-click on that, and then Alt-Shift-click on the next one, and Shift-D to duplicate, drag it out, G, Y, and then extrude upwards. And let's just put it up here, along the Z-axis, just like that. And then let's just recalculate normals just in case with A, select all, and then Shift N. And let's do the same for this one too. All, Shift N. And that should be the 2 different magazines. Now, I personally like the larger one, but if you get the other one, it's like half the price. So whatever you have, whatever you decide, you have the option now. And after some printing and assembly, we have our Hot-Shot Lasgun model. I did make a few minor additions last second, such as the energy readout, power adjustment knob, and safety. These I appended from previous lasguns, so I didn't make a video modeling them. However, if you were able to follow this video, I believe you have all the skills needed to make them on your own. If you stuck around this far, I do hope you've learned something that might help you in your own modeling endeavors. Though if you do not wish to go through all that modeling, the STL files to print this prop along with all my other 35 3D printable props are available over on my Patreon. More info in the description. And congratulations to M. John Simon, winner of our second Hero of the Channel monthly drawing. For his loyalty in remaining a Hero tier member, he was able to score this Warhammer 40k Godwin Branks pattern bolt pistol for free. This is over on my Patreon, where fan tier is much appreciated. Supporter tier gains access to the STL files and instructions to build my continuously growing number of props, currently 35. Then Hero tier and above not only get supporter tier benefits, but get their name in the monthly drawing for free props. If you're still with me, I do appreciate you being here. Hope you got some use out of the video, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again next time. Till then, I have been Ken over here with Kenjutsu Bring It to Life. I am out.